America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please still stay standing for the national anthem. You may be seated. All right. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Yalman-Chile.
Lazo,
Present.
Herrera, absent. Trainer, absent. Navacruzat,
Present.
Kenna,
Present.
Morissette,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Bourne,
Present.
Caringle,
Present.
Datlas, absent. DeCara, absent. Butler,
Present.
Campbell, absent. Lazier, absent. Fintel,
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Question vote, is Damian Moore dismissed?
Yeah, he hasn't been here since God knows when.
Okay. Good to know. Rose, absent. Whitson,
Here.
Yera, absent. Kuroga,
Present.
Carter,
Present.
Brown,
Present.
Simillo,
Present.
Haman,
Present.
Nadella,
Present.
Patel.
Present.
I am present. Luthra, absent. Acosta,
Present.
Borges, absent. Duke, absent. Holmes,
Present.
Donahue,
Present.
Lacasse, absent. Polera,
Present.
Pullman,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
Sandlin, absent. Vasquez,
Present.
Kairos Rivera,
Present.
is Kairos here?
Present. Sorry.
Okay. DeMarla,
Here.
Mittal,
Present.
and seeing he's here, Lacasse.
Present.
All right. With 30 out of 44, quorum is verified.
Thank you so much. All right. Lacasse, were you able to get, or do you need me to recognize you? Were you able to get Lacasse? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Approval of the minutes. Take a look at last meeting's minutes, which was literally yesterday, and I will take a motion. Temple?
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, those minutes stand approved. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at today's agenda, and once y'all look at that, I'll take a motion as well. Yalman Chili?
Move to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, today's agenda stands approved. Open forum. Are there any senators, non-senators wishing to speak during open forum? Lax?
Test. Good. Okay, first off, I just wanted to thank Pro Temp DeMarla for extending the timeline for internal bill 5501 to next week. I know there were a lot of issues that needed to be worked out with it, and I appreciate you taking those concerns very seriously and putting in the due diligence to get that done. Thank you. I'll be honest, I had an entire speech prepared about what makes an organizer, and I was going to tie it in at the end to Michael Costas, but I think instead I'm going to cover just briefly what, or rather who, made me an organizer. Again, being Michael Costas. He's currently up for confirmation tonight, and I wanted to speak in favor of him because he is somebody who I have worked alongside very closely. For those not familiar, we ran for student body president and vice president last year, and ultimately I believe my sentiment towards him can be summed up in something that I said to him about a week after the elections were over. And I called him up and I said, Michael, I want you to know something. You are one of the few people, the people I can count on one hand, that make me want to be, so to speak, in the trenches again, just so that I can be in the trenches with you. He is that significant of an organizer. He is that good of a person. He is that caring of an individual. And I believe this body would be empowered beyond recognition to have him be a part of it. Thank you.
All righty. Are there any other non-senators wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none. Sorry, give me a second. Just trying to do some formalities. Okay. Announcements from the student body president. Please welcome President Greenaway.
Hello, Senate. I hope everyone is doing well. I know we are in midterm season, so best of luck to those of you that are going through it right now. Just some updates from me. So this past Monday, the executive cabinet and I were visiting the RWC and looking at some of their facilities, as well as the WIP's office. I do have some exciting news to share. So they did receive grants and additional funding to expand their teaching kitchen. So I'm not sure if y'all know, but they already have the it's kind of like a food truck outside the RWC currently for a Fresh U, but they'll be expanding that into a full stocked kitchen. So they'll be able to lead teaching classes in there and learn, how to cook healthy meals and all those types of things. So that is in the works. I think the plans were just approved, so that will be hopefully starting construction in the spring. As well, today, some members of the executive cabinet and I attended a tour of the Arboretum, so we were able to see some of those natural lands and those facilities. If you had not haven't taken a chance to go out there, I recommend doing so. I'm a senior, so I'm regretting not utilizing that space more throughout my time at UCF, so I really recommend taking some time to get out there if you do have the chance. I do have an update on our SNAP benefits initiative. Colby and I had a meeting with the new representative from Aramark, who just started about 2 weeks ago, but she already has submitted the application through the U.S. Department of Agriculture to allow UCF to accept that. She has a few creative solutions for it as well. So be on the lookout for that. And then just a thank you to the SGLC coordinators for organizing Executive Branch Day yesterday at SGLC. It was truly so fun and exciting to get to talk to some of the new SGLCers. So thank you for that. And that is all from me.
Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none. I actually don't have a question for you, but can you send me her contact, please, for the new individual for Airmark?
Yes, of course.
We just found out that Wendy no longer works there. Which is sad face.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, her name is Christine. I'll send you her information.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Brandon. Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none, thank you. Alrighty. Announcements from Student Body Vice President, none. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Kane.
Hey everyone, hope everyone had a good week. Not much announcements from me this week. The important thing that happened is we had our first activity and service fee budget meeting, and those will be happening weekly now, so I'll keep everyone updated on that. In addition, I'll just say the numbers. CRT budget is at $407,228.29 with reversions of 2.33%. The FAO budget is at $212,933.34 with 0.02% reversions.
Are there any questions regarding the Comptroller's report? Seeing none, thank you, Jeremy. Attorney General's report, AG Moore.
Hi, Senate. This week, I met with Dr. Gomer. We will be updating the SCI website so more students know about judicial advising, as well as putting an infographic into their office. And also the Military and Veterans Caucus will be meeting for the first time tomorrow. So if you want to join, let me know. And that's it.
Are there any questions for AG Moore? Seeing none, thank you. All right, Cabinet Forum, Chief of Staff, Sabrino. There she is.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So just really quickly from me. So I'm currently working on a new student government master contact list. So I've noticed that when some of you have been sending some emails out, there's been a few emails that have been left out from specific branches. So I'm just going in, making sure that all the emails are on there. So just when we want to share events with people and stuff, all of that is in there. And then one other thing, Moira, the director of comms, and I, so we're working on a current inventory system for all the merchandise that we have. So you may or may not have seen the pile of boxes that are in the office right now. Just so you all are aware, please do not grab anything from those boxes because we are doing inventory at the moment. And so we don't want our numbers to get mixed up when we're finalizing that list. In the case that you do need something or you would like something, just come speak to me or Moira, or just speak to whoever is the head of your branch, just so we can, organize it that way. Just so you all are aware that that is being put in place so we don't get any of our numbers mixed up. And as always, if you guys need anything from me or from anyone on the cabinet, please feel free to reach out.
All right, are there any questions for Chief of Staff Sabrino? Seeing none, but I also wanted everybody to give a round of applause for Jennifer because she made homecoming court.
Thank you.
Very huge accomplishment. All right, thank you. All right, Director of Communications, Director Martinez.
Hello, everybody. Not much for me this week, as Jen did just tell us. If you are going to take anything out, need anything for merchandising, whether that's tabling, I know you do have your own stuff, but if you do want any pom-poms, you have a lot of those, things like that, please feel free to reach out to Sierra or myself or Jen, and we can find out what inventory we have surplus of. That way we don't run low on anything and not know about it at the time. Besides that, I hope you've all been enjoying all of the content that has been pushed out recently. Thank you all for following the communication request process and for having Sierra put them through for you. Please repost anything about events that is put out on our SG Instagram if you are willing and able to do so. It does help us reach a larger audience. Some people still do not follow at UC SG on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. So reposting in our personal social medias does help get more reach out to students, and that's who we're here to support ultimately. And then I think that is it from me this week. But if you need anything from me at all, please feel free to email me sj_com@safew. Thank you.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Director Martinez? Seeing none, thank you so much. All right, for those that need present voting, can you please raise your hands? Uh-oh. Borges?
Present voting.
So noted at 7:20 p.m. Duke?
Present voting.
So noted at 7:20 p.m. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. We went over this like last week too. So give me a second. Give me the first letter. That's not going to work. No, because I should know that too. Does the first name start with an M?
Yeah. You're close. You're close.
You're so close.
What's your last name?
Herrera.
Herrera.
Present voting.
So noted at 7:21 p.m. because it took me 60 seconds to get your name. What is your first name, Herrera? Mateo. Get me next time because I should not forget that. My apologies. Campbell.
President voting.
So noted at 7:21 p.m. Daedalus.
President voting.
So noted at 7:21 p.m. If I don't remember your name, Mateo, next time, I owe you $5. Okay? Hold me up to that. Hold me up to that.
I'll keep that in mind too.
All righty. Anyone else for president voting? Seeing none. Announcements from Chief Justice Silva.
Hi, Senate. So happy to see you all tonight. Just a couple announcements from me. Candy with the council will be on the 18th in the Student Union Atrium from 2 to 4. Our external assistant chief justice has been working really hard on that, as well as they have a collaboration with the sustainability and innovation coordinator from the executive branch to make our baggies for the event sustainable. So yeah, they deteriorate and that's really fun. So make sure to come out and get your sustainable candy bag. This week, leadership met with the FIU Chief Justice and we had a great meeting. We discussed our future initiatives and basically just discussed how our branch works, how their branch works, and what we could learn from each other, and just like the future of our partnership. And then we met with Dr. Lopez to discuss our initiative to translate our forms to Spanish on our Night Connect. He will be attending our next president meeting to further discuss this collaboration and the scope of how far it will go. And the judicial newsletter was posted, so go check it out.
Are there any questions for Chief Justice Silva? Seeing none. I think we had one person. Rose.
President voting.
So noted at 7:23 p.m. Sandlin.
President voting.
So noted at 7:23 p.m. Let's redo that clap for her. All right, Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from Senate President. I skipped what? What did I skip? ASNF. ASNF. Oh my gosh. Is Ryan here? Oh, hey, Ryan. Okay, so announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, McClellan.
Hello, Is this thing working? All right. Hello, Senate. For those of you that do not know me, my name is Ryan McClellan, and that was working, right? Okay. Yeah. So, hello, my name is Ryan, and I was just recently elected for the budget chair position. And just so you guys know, I also want to congratulate D-Leg Morissette, who is elected vice chair. So congrats again to her. The focus for my announcements is just going to be making sure that you as Senate, who has to vote on the final budget bill in February, if I'm not mistaken, will have all of the information leading up to and before the actual session so that you guys know what you're responsible for, and making sure that you guys know what's going on all the way up to the budget hearings, which will be in December. I want to do information, infographics, and some Q&A sessions with you guys as things get closer. So look forward to that. But aside from that, I'm also going to try my best to get most information out through to students, because if any of you were aware, there was a lot of confusion on what we were actually funding and what that means. So getting ahead of that. So if you have any questions, or you know anybody that has any questions, please refer them to my email, sga_asf@ucf.edu. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair McClellan? Seeing none, thank you. I'd also like to note there are no announcements from the Supervisor of Elections. I noticed I skipped that as well. All right, announcements from myself. Fall retreat is next weekend, y'all. Fill out this form while I'm speaking, please. If you have allergies and things like that, you don't tell me, you will be starving. Okay, I'm telling you this now, because I really don't want you to eat something that you're not supposed to, and I want to make sure that I am ordering what needs to be ordered, and I have a head count. So if you are going, please fill this out. I'm literally begging, and I don't beg. So this retreat, I'm currently making like a little booklet for y'all and everything. There's going to be a scavenger hunt. There's going to be not an overload of information, but just an overview of what our mission is this session and what I envision that we're going to accomplish as a body. And then I just wanted to iterate common courtesy amongst senators. There's nothing going on crazy or anything like that. I just want to reiterate just having a harmonious body. If you have issues with someone else, or you're just not feeling comfortable, or you're just not even feeling comfortable in Senate, please let me know. Come to me. We can have a conversation. I can mitigate any situation that you need. I know Brody's here. We have Netta, and we have Maddie here. So please make sure that you reach out to us, because we're here to support you. We're here to make sure that you're on track. And I know we're students first, and midterms are getting crazy. So if there's anything that you need from us, in whatever retrospect that is, please let us know. And then I wanted to iterate that this branch is about results. I want to just shout out the Women's Caucus, Latin Hispanic Caucus, Black Caucus, LGBTQ+ Caucus, and the GAP Committee. They've just been really giving out results these past 2 months, and I just want to highlight that. The LGBTQ+ Caucus will most likely tell you later today that they'll be having an event coming up, and I'm just really proud of them, and I'm proud of you all. There's been amazing conversations that have been happening, not only in this chamber, but in the conference room, and not only have they just been conversations, it's actually been action. You've been putting your feet on the ground, you've been talking to students, you've been showing up, and that's what I believe that this body is for. We're not just here to pass legislation and send it off to administrators and hope that they see it and do something about it. It's more of, we're here to pass legislation, say what the body needs, and also do something about it physically. So I really want to commend you all for all the hard work that you've been doing. I haven't seen such good work happen in a long time, and I'm really, really proud of every single one of you. What you do not only reflects on yourself, but it reflects as me as a leader of this body, and I want to say thank you. So moving on from that, Senators of the Month for September, I got a lot of submissions, and it was a very difficult decision. But please keep submitting them. We're going to do 2 every month. And again, it's not just leadership. I saw a lot of leadership people being put in the form. Regulars, not just regular senators, but senators that don't have leadership positions. I know you put in a lot of work. I know there's senators that are in leadership positions that are being active in committees and caucuses. And if you know someone, please put their name in the form. I don't have the form on this agenda, but I'm pretty sure it's on last week's agenda. If not, it's the one before that. It's one of the agendas, but I'll link it again. So I want to announce ELA Richmond as one of the Senators of the Month. So ELA Richmond, this is in recognition of her dedication to transforming the external legislative assistance position through positive and transparent communications with college deans, senators, the speaker, and the speaker's office. Her exceptional, collaborative, and innovative ideas have enhanced Senate's reach to the student body. Laura, you can come get this after. You want to come grab it, you're more than welcome to. But honestly, we are going to have some college deans that come and visit us because of Laurel's hard work. So thank you so much, Laurel. You can come get it. There's another one you already see, but I want to announce it when they're here. So again, throughout the month, we'll be doing Octobers in November. So please fill out that form. And thank you for your kind words about other senators. It really touched my heart reading that, seriously. And my last thing, I know you're tired of hearing me talk. Senate is canceled for 10/26. That is homecoming week. Jennifer and I are serving on Hoco Court. So I will literally not be able to be here. And I'm sure you want to enjoy Rico Nasty. I mean, if you don't like Rico Nasty, we might have some problems, not gonna lie. But yeah, if we have to meet for Senate exec to push any fiscal out, Kylie, let me know. I'm willing to, do that. But sorry, Senate leadership. But yeah, that's canceled. Go enjoy your Rico concert. And that's all from me. Are there any questions about anything that I said? Kana?
Two, if I may.
You may. Can we keep it quiet in the back, please? Too loud. Thank you.
I'm not seeing the form linked on here for saying who's going to the retreat.
It needs to be approved. Brody, can you approve it real quick? Thank you. I just put it in there.
Okay. And
your second?
What else in particular do you need from leadership / chairs for the retreat to make the presentations to make go smoothly?
That is a very, very good question. Honestly, I would just say maybe a small description because I mentioned I'm making a pamphlet and it'll have the descriptions of all the committee and caucuses. If you don't remember Senate leadership, I asked for your revised descriptions if you wanted to revise it or not. And that's going to be implemented in the pamphlet. And the pamphlet's just going to go over just what Senate is, because I know we have some new senators that may possibly sit in these seats and they don't know how we operate. And it's a good refresher. So I would say a small description of your committee, what statutes apply to your committees especially, and what are the goals of your committee? What do you want to achieve during this session? And I think that's about it from me. Pro Tempore to Marla, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, like if you want to add like a frequently asked questions place, because I know there are repeating questions you guys get, and just already answering them will help.
Are there any other questions regarding my announcements, Donahue?
In regards to the fall retreat, how are you ensuring that food products aren't dealing with cross-contamination issues for those of us with very severe allergies?
That's a very, very good question. And I'm going to inquire about that because I saw an individual who had allergies that literally for our breakfast, they can't eat it at all. So I'm definitely going to inquire about that. I'll actually write that down now so I don't forget. But that is a very good point. I don't have any allergies, so I wouldn't think about that. So thank you for bringing that perspective. Are there any other questions for what I have stated? All right, seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistance Report, ILA Pullman.
Hi, everyone. So we had our third SGLC meeting on Wednesday, and the SGLCers were able to learn about the executive branch, and it went great. And then also, if you see that big blue bucket that's in the office right now, it's for Moralloween, which is Nighthon Halloween type thing. So if you donate towards that, it goes to the SG team, and it helps us in the little competition that they have going for this month. And that's it for me. And congrats to Sierra for homecoming court.
Thank you. Are there any questions for ILA Pullman? Seeing none. Also, Allison got me Twix because I made it on court. Thank you so much, Allison. Love you. Are there any questions? None. Okay. External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond.
Dean meetings are still going on. There's only 2 more that are required by statute, so that's pretty cool. and then the honors one, which is October 19th at 12:30. So go if you're in honors. And then I met with Moira today with Sierra to talk about the Instagram. Dean meeting newsletters along with the agenda will be on the website soon, hopefully. And then the deans will start speaking at open forum soonish, which is exciting, starting November. We have one confirmed November 2nd and 9th, Rosen and the College of Sciences, so shout out them.
Wait, let me say it. Are there any questions for us?
Sorry, the Rosen dean has stepped down. Is it going to be the old dean or the new dean?
It'll be Alan File, the intern.
Are there any other? Kanal?
I'm sorry, Laurel, you probably already know what I'm going to ask, but is there any communication from the College of Business Dean yet regarding this?
No, but I just sent it today.
Okay.
In their defense.
Thank you.
I'll be contacting Koba tomorrow as well. One-on-one. Donahue?
I know that some people have asked, would dean meetings be open under sunshine laws for anyone to come that's a student as well?
It's not between SG agents,
Yeah.
so I don't think so.
Okay.
Unless someone wants to correct me. But the minutes will be available to anyone who wants it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? These are good questions. Y'all are on a roll. All right. Senate President Pro Tempore report. Pro Tempore DeMarla.
Hello, I hope everyone is well. This week I've been focusing on having meetings with some internal committees to work on some internal goals. And then my office will be meeting with the respective committees to have one-on-ones. That way we can establish some clear goals for the semester and for the rest of the session. And then as usual, you can reach out to me with any questions and concerns. I also have an anonymous jar in my office if you have a concern that you don't really want attached to your name. And then most importantly, congratulations, Sierra, again, for making homecoming court.
Oh, stop, y'all. Thank you. Are there any questions for Pro Tempore DeMarla? Seeing none, Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg Morset.
Hi, everyone. Moving forward, this is mostly for fiscal chairs, and if I put you as a Senate representative for a fiscal bill, please communicate with me for any changes regarding those fiscal bills so I can remain in the loop. CCing me on those emails would be preferred. As Chair McLennan previously stated, I was received as the Vice Chair of the ANSF Budget Committee. I'm extremely grateful for this opportunity and plan to put my best foot forward. And finally, tonight we'll be seeing 2 fiscal bills on second reading, as well as 1 internal bill and resolution on third.
Congratulations, D-Leg Morset, on that position. Are there any questions? Oh, Lazier, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Wait, first, are there any questions? Borges.
Yeah, I was wondering how you're determining what senators get what bills. I know we have a distribution list, but I know some of the bills you just put to yourself, and I didn't know if there was a reason.
Yeah, so some of the bills that I will put to myself, those before, because I recently just got the list from the DSER, so before those were already allocated to me because I just didn't have a list to allocate them to senators, but moving forward they will be allocated to senators based off the list that he gave me.
Senator Lazier.
President voting.
So noted at 7:37 p.m. Are there any other questions for D-Leg Morset? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, DSER Matal.
Hi everyone. Nothing much from me. Volleyball got released today on IM League, so I know a lot of people asked for that. So if you want, the team name is Gentle Giants because I guess last place wasn't very supportive or something like that. So I made it nicer. But go join on IM Leagues. You can just, or if you want me to send you specific requests, it'll send it directly to your email. You can come to me and give me your full name as it would be listed in the UCF system. But yeah, that's all.
So those games are every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions for DSER Matal? Daedalus?
I just wanted to know if there was an updated list yet for the ones who used their personal email after they did the night switch, the nights to UCF, if you got that updated list yet.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Caucus reports, APIA caucus. You have a report? No? Black caucus, Chair Daedalus.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hey, Preston. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Continue taking care of yourself. My weekly reminder, at least 8 cups of water a day and at least 2 nutritious meals a day. We will be meeting next week at 9 a.m. sharp. It will be hybrid, so be on the lookout for the Zoom link. We have a lot of balls rolling at this point for the amount of initiatives that we have for the year. So attendance and participation is highly appreciated if you do decide to join us. I really do invite anyone and everyone to join. Every meeting is a ball. Like, we have a great time, y'all. It doesn't even feel like a meeting. It just feels like we're chit-chatting. So, like, if you want to join the conversation, I welcome you. Thank y'all.
Are there any questions for Chair Daedalus, Lacasse?
Will there be watermelon juice this time again?
Good question. All it takes is a trip to Walmart, $2.50, and we can satisfy that need, But if you feel like, as a caucus, y'all want the watermelon juice, I got y'all.
Are there any other questions for Chair Daedalus? Seeing none. Disability Caucus, Chair Campbell.
Evening, everyone. So this week we had a pretty lovely meeting. It was unfortunately our first of the semester. We were going over some of the previous initiatives we had over the summer and just planning out what we want to prioritize and what we have the capacity to do given our current membership count and the current just spare time each of our caucus members have. Right now we're prioritizing the Disability Commons and then a Disability Caucus specific concern form because multiple people have reached out to us for to have just one dedicated for Disability Caucus. So that's what we're going to be focusing on going forward. And if anyone else would like to join, sit on the meetings, anything, we meet hybrid, both on Zoom and also in person in the conference room on Wednesdays at 1:30.
Are there any questions for Chair Campbell? Seeing none, thank you. Latin Hispanic Caucus, does the Vice Chair like to read it? Or oh, go ahead. Chair Samila will be reading it.
All right, so Aiden just wanted to apologize for not being able to be here tonight. I know that my voice sounds a little crazy. I went to Universal, but he just wanted to thank everybody for passing the proclamation yesterday during our special session, and additionally wanted to thank the people who were able to attend the Colors of Hispanic Heritage Month event last night.
All right, are there any questions for Chair Samila regarding the Latin Hispanic Caucus report? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Carter.
Hi, everyone. We're having an event on October 19th in the EC Magnolia Room, which is in the Live Oak Event Center from 4 to 6 p.m. And our graphic has also been created for it. I just believe it still has to be edited. But it's called the LGBTQ Workshop, and I hope to see you all there. And on October 18th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., the UCR Transfer Center will be holding an event called Unite the Night to celebrate National Transfer Student Week at the Reflection Fund. I plan to be there as a caucus chair, and I encourage you all to also reach out if you would like to be there as well. And then a new episode of Loki is coming out tonight, by the way. Oh my God. That's all.
Thanks for reminding me. All right, pack up. Just kidding. Are there any questions for the LGBTQ plus caucus? Seeing none, thank you, Chair Carter. Women's Caucus, Chair Bourne.
Hi, everyone. Today in Women's Caucus, we went over plans for the Women's Health Fair, which is scheduled for November 1st at the Reflection Pond from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Would love to see you there, and come to caucus if you want to share your ideas, especially you have some RSOs that may or may not be interested. Meetings are held bi-weekly, so we will caucus again on October 19th at 4:30. History fact from Vice Chair Lazo. Her favorite movie of all time and featuring the amazing feminist philanthropist icon Audrey Hepburn, Breakfast at Tiffany's, had its world premiere and changed the view of how free-spirited women like Holly Golightly could break the traditional role for women at the time.
Are there any questions for Chair Bourne? Seeing none, you started this, just letting you know. You started these history facts. Chair Temple.
I will be glad to take part in that.
All right. Unfinished business, none, because we handled that yesterday. Chair Yamamochili.
If this may not be an inconvenience to the Senate, can we go to miscellaneous business and see former Senator Larson's appeal so that we don't keep him waiting for this entire meeting?
Motion?
Motion to go to miscellaneous business.
There's been a motion to go to miscellaneous business. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? No objections. Is that objection? No objections. We are now there. Brody, do we have to do a motion for speeches, question, debate? Or I didn't check the statutes if there was an already set.
If you want to set limits on those times, then you have to have a motion to do so.
Okay, well, I'll take a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate on the Senate exec appeal for Julian Larson.
5-minute speech, 10-minute question, 10-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Julian Larson, you may come up here. I do want to let Senate know, please look at the Senate exec minutes and documentation. This is to appeal Senate exec's decision to not overturn the unexcused absence. Julian, do you have 5 minutes when you are ready? No, it's not on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
All right. Thank you, Senate, for seeing me today. I'm coming to you to have you overturn a Senate exec decision regarding a dean meeting, which I missed but submitted an absence for. That happened on September 14th at 4 p.m., at which I was one state away in Georgia, driving down to Orlando after working tirelessly with the sailing club at UCF to procure boats necessary to enrich the team and hopefully win us more trophies when we go to regattas. I found out about this opportunity to go pick up boats about 4 days prior, in which case I was contacted by some yacht clubs that were in the Northeast region about some old boats that they were getting rid of. And they had multiple people that said they could pick them up. So it was really like a first come, first serve basis. And as I am the co-captain of the sailing team and also the treasurer of the sailing team, this was an amazing opportunity of which there was very limited time to act, but I acted. So I quickly got together the only other person that was willing to come with me. And we took my car and a trailer and went up to Connecticut, which is a 22-hour drive there, and then a 22-hour drive back on Tuesday morning in order to receive these boats. During this time, the Google Maps on the way there miscalculated the time by about 3 hours, and on the way back, it miscalculated the time by about 3 hours. So it said I was going to arrive about 3 hours earlier than I really was. Obviously, I can't show that because that happened, 3 weeks ago, but I can assure you that that did in fact happen. And so I was unable to communicate thoroughly that I was going to miss this dean meeting, which I was well aware of it happening. I had been contacted by ELA Richmond multiple times prior to the event occurring, and I was well aware and had it well placed on my calendar. However, this opportunity was just too great for me to pass up. That being said, upon returning back, I was able to still attend the Senate meeting that was that day, as I returned back about an hour and a half after the dean meeting. And that couple days later, I submitted an absence request for that absence once I had the opportunity to. However, I didn't communicate with the ELA Richmond prior to that, just because the only line of communication that was established was a single message on Teams. And of course, I'd been phone called by an unknown number that I now knew to be her. So I ask you, Senate, to overturn the decision by the Senate Exec Committee to stay in line with the LJR decision to deny this absence. Denying the absence means that I was removed from my position as a senator, and thus this is the only way to get reinstated. During the Senate Exec Committee, there were several points about my character that were brought up, some referencing events that took place this summer, which I feel that the Senate should know about a bit in greater detail. So over the summer, I had been dismissed because my absences exceeded the 2.5 threshold for dismissal. However, most of those, if not most, or if not all, but most of those absences had absence excusal requests attached to them, and they were all pertaining to one event that took place my entire summer, which was blue water sailing around Florida. And I don't know if many of you know a lot about sailing, but it involves basically toughing it without internet and with very limited power and other resources. So it was very difficult for me to make it to Senate on time. However, this just wasn't something that I could, quickly go to shore and, join a Senate meeting. I was, up to 200 miles offshore at times. And this wasn't a possibility as, this isn't like any other sort of boating, but the winds are very random. And so I honestly had no clue when I would arrive or any kind of timeline, really. It was just more of a go with the flow scenario. So for all of those absences, the LJR committee denied them. And I had to petition to be reinstated. So being reinstated, that means I cannot be reinstated again due to statutes. So this is my last chance to retain my senatorial position on the Senate. Also, during the Senate Exec Committee, there were questions brought up about the communication line between ELA Richmond and I. During this time, I believe it's posted in the minutes, but there's also, I can also describe it to you now. Over summer, I had received some communication.
I'm sorry. We're gonna have to. We're gonna have to ask for a motion to extend. Butler.
Motion to extend speech time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend speech time by 3 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you may continue.
Thank you. Over summer, I had received some telecommunications with ELA Richmond. However, like I said, over summer, I was extremely busy doing this as this is my passion. And it really didn't allow much of an opportunity to, put these things in my schedule. And a couple other things that I would like to bring up with the committee. I am a student first. So being a student first over a senator means that, I have school and also I have a big participation within RSOs. And I think this makes me a better senator because having a large impact on RSOs means that I can better represent them when it comes to Senate. So that's why I feel like having this sailing trip as a valid excuse for the dean meeting absence should be justified. Also, during the exec meeting, there was several things brought up relating to my attendance at ORS meetings and CRT meetings as the ORS representative at them. During this time, I had informed the chair of the ORS committee about my schedule during the first Senate meeting of the semester, and I had filled out the when to meets, and the when to meets for both, or the time set for both were times where I had classes, as the ORS committee typically meets at 10, and I have a biology class then, and the CRT committee meets at 3 on Wednesdays, and I have a Mondays. Sorry, meets on Mondays at 3, and I have a class at 3:30, so I'm unable to make it. And as I value my class time highly, I think it is pretty important that I attend those. And the last thing I would like to say is a quote by John F. Kennedy, which says, "Change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or present are certain to miss the future." This means that people can change. So just because my communication was bad in the future doesn't mean that it will always have to be that way. The rest of my time, I'm shove off.
We're now in line for questioning. Let me see who hasn't gone. Okay, we'll do Laza.
You previously stated that your contact with ELA Richmond was limited and basically reduced down to 1 email and 1 phone call. However, there has been multiple documented instances from July 21st all the way down to September 14th of estimating about 10 different instances. Do you have any recollection of those?
Yeah, perfect recollection of those. What I was referring to was one-on-one communication. I feel like that document might be a bit misleading because it is in at Senate time and in a CECS group chat, of which that would just be like saying if you're in a group chat with someone and someone types something, then you're supposed to know everything that they said. Just because it's there, like it was not one-on-one, but the things that I mentioned in my speech were the one-on-one communications.
Sandlin?
You talked a lot in your speech about times where you put Senate duties aside for your other student duties with your RSOs and school life and stuff like that. Can you give us an instance of where the shoe was on the other foot, where you placed your Senate duties ahead of something else that was important to you?
This very instant, the sailing club at UCF is holding a practice at Embry-Riddle. It actually occurs every Thursday from 3:30 to about 8:30 at night. This practice is super important as it's our racing team, which goes out to regattas every Saturday. And as I'm on the racing team and I compete at these regattas, it is incredibly important for me to attend them. However, this is just one instance where I decided that, it would be important to attend these meetings over going to those.
Fintel.
Yeah, I just want to ask why you want to continue being a senator when you have a passion for this RSO that does seem to heavily conflict with Senate responsibilities.
I like being a senator because I like having more influence outside of just sailing. I love sailing because it's so easy to, get people out there and experience their raw emotions for the first time doing it. But I've really enjoyed being a senator and having an impact on other people's lives that go beyond just sailing, because there's only going to be a small pool of people that end up being sailors. However, Senate can affect much more people. An instance that I can directly think of is on the elevator up to my dorm. I was wearing the Senate polo and I was approached by someone wanting to know more about getting CRT funding. And I had a really great time. I sat down with him for about 20 minutes talking about all the ways that he can get CRT funding and the forms to fill out. And so that experience really enlightened me and made me realize that I do enjoy being a senator.
Hamid?
In your speech, you mentioned how the CRT and ORS time conflicted with your class schedule. However, you are able to join a different committee to fill that requirement as well. Something that confused me is, did you ever decide to change committees to one that could fit your time schedule?
No, that never really came to mind. I've been in ORS the entirety of being a senator, and I've really enjoyed the impact that it provides. And I've been reached out to by several people that have had their funding reviewed by ORS, and that has really impacted me. And I thought it was really great to be able to give money. And I enjoy the fiscal side of Senate particularly, so that's why I wanted to stay within that committee. So that's why I haven't thought about joining another committee.
Pro tempore.
I have 3 questions, if I may.
You may.
The first one's, may I put a question to the ORS Chair Borges?
You may.
Just so I can get a better understanding on this. I know that during Senate Exec, you mentioned that you were not informed when Julian as rep was not able to attend CRT, but I know that kind of conflicts. I don't know if you were able to at least shed some light on maybe if that was just some miscommunication during Senate Exec, or just confirm which side.
Yeah, I think that was a miscommunication during Senate Exec. We had spoken in person, but as I'm someone who's very busy and I have an internship and other things, since it wasn't in written communication, I looked through my stuff and I said, no, there was nothing written. I didn't say there was nothing spoken, but I couldn't tell at the time. I got there late to Senate Exec, so I was working. So I would like to clarify that we did speak, and there was one time that we spoke, but after that I had nothing written, so I was busy and forgot.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then for my second question, this is for you. I know that you were notified multiple times to bring documentation. However, I don't see any link. I don't know if you forgot to attach it or anything like that.
I have links on my laptop of my schedule and what I was doing. If I can get that. I don't know
Did you
the
submit it
process.
to Brody already? Or?
No.
Oh, okay. And then a third clarifying question. So just to confirm, you don't think, when ELA Richmond was sending reminders in the dean's Teams chat, that it wasn't important to have listened to what she was saying about the dean meetings?
What in particular?
You mentioned that you kind of give the example how, if someone's just texting something in group chat, you're not going to really pay attention exactly what they say. So in this case, you don't think it was important to have listened to ELA Richmond's words. Can you confirm based on your analogy?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And no, I don't agree with that. What I more meant is like, it's one thing if it's one-on-one communication, reaching out to the person. However, it's a completely different story. Like if it's in a group setting. So I do think that it was very important. And I have read all of the messages. It just, it's different when you get someone one-on-one.
Is there a point of order information? You can do that in debate. Yeah, I'll only see point of orders. I'm sorry, those who put their hands up, please put it back up. Kana?
A question for the ORS chair, if I may.
You may.
In prior meetings, has the ex-senator been excused or marked absent just in general? I know you said there wasn't written communication. But...
Yeah, so I just checked. So I'll explain the reasonings too. So I think the most recent meeting where the individual was a senator at the time, they were at a conference with another senator on the committee. And to me, it was related to their coursework. And so I excused that. The meeting before, they were excused for initial, but they were present. They let me know that I think they'd be late. I don't remember exactly why. And then they were there for final. And that was, all I remember for fall. I know for summer, there was a few excusals for things that they communicated with, I believe. But I know I think they were absent once from ORS.
Brown.
So after receiving the denied absence excuse request from LGR, why did you decide to appeal to Senate exec and then now to Senate?
I value my position as senator and its outreach it has on the student body. And so I feel like this position is given me that opportunity, and I would like to continue that so I can continue to have a positive impact on the students.
T-Log?
Just for clarification, because I know you said you couldn't work with the current time of ORS. In the beginning when ORS did meet, like I think it was Monday at 12, if I'm correct, did that time work better for you than the current Friday at 10 a.m.?
Yes, it did, and I communicated that.
Okay. Polita?
Okay, so in reference to like the practices you were talking about, like the practice that's today that you missed to be here. So since that conflicts with the time of Senate, would you just be coming to Senate meetings late, or would you not be able to make it to them?
So typically we get back to campus at around 9:15. So Senate can go up to midnight. So I could make it back late. However, I think to be a meaningful senator, it means like coming to these meetings. So I put the Senate over the sailing club practice there.
Okay. Carter?
2 questions, if I may.
You may.
First question, if the Senate does decide to overturn this decision, what would you do differently?
Should the exact same situation happen in the future, I would ensure that I communicate better with the person scheduling the dean meetings.
And then the second question, this is in regards of your schedule. In regards to your schedule, do you believe that you would have enough time to give to Senate? I know that we're all students and it gets very busy, but do you think you'd have enough time in the future?
Yeah, my schedule really pounds on classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but the other days I have plenty of time to give to Senate.
Yamachili?
So if Senate does decide to reinstate you back, you did say that you had conflicts with the ORS and the CRT committees. And it is a senatorial duty to sit on at least one committee and to do so regularly. Would you consider or joining another committee that does not conflict with your schedule so that you can be an active member in at least one Senate committee?
Absolutely.
Richmond.
As you said, the reason you wanted to come back to Senate was because of all the outreach you do. Can you describe some outreach you've done through Senate this session?
Could you repeat the last half of that? Sorry.
Yeah. Can you describe some of the outreach you've done through Senate this session?
Yeah. So as I described before, that impromptu meeting on the elevator, that was really enlightening. And then also the next direct example that I can think of is when the Venza Club was undergoing review by ORS. I did talk to the president and another member of the Venza board outside of the committee to try and shed some light onto that.
Kunal.
Bouncing off another question that was already asked, what committee would you like to sit on then, given that you've mentioned your class schedule is heavy on Monday, Wednesday, Friday?
I'm not sure of every committee's time, but due to the absences requests that I've submitted and how I believe some of them have potentially been wrongly not excused, I would enjoy sitting on the LJR committee immensely.
Dallas.
Hi. I know you've been sharing to us how important like your selling club, I don't know if that's the right word to use, but how your selling club is to us. Do they know, like, I'm gonna assume you hold Senate to equally the same level? Do they know how important Senate is to you as we know the selling is for you?
By they, you mean the sailing club? Okay. Yeah, they do. I've been I've told them multiple times that, I can't give it my all through every practice this week because I do have to come to Senate. And frankly, the president of the sailing club was overjoyed when I told him that I had originally been dismissed from Senate because that means I would be able to dedicate more time to sailing club. However, obviously I'm petitioning to go back. So I think they are very well aware of the amount of commitment that I give to both events.
Questioning has elapsed. Is there a motion whether to extend or to move on? Nabu Prasad.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Is that an objection? Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Lasso, is that an objection? If you object, just say it. Yeah.
Motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Brody, if they object, can they give the reason as to why they object, or do they have to just make a motion or?
I mean, this is a bit of a gray area. So whatever you think is gonna facilitate a functional and efficient meeting.
Okay. How do I do this? To let him. Okay. Yeah. Please don't ever do pro con in here. Go ahead. Explain your motion.
Seeing that we have at least 8 other things we'll have to vote on tonight, and that's already if we only gave each 20 minutes, we would be reaching midnight. If we spend a lot of time on this, we're not going to get to a lot. So I think we've established a lot through questioning. There's a lot already in the minutes. And so it's best to just continue moving on to debate.
On your motion?
I think at least 3 minutes would really be able to fully round out not only just clarifying some things about the specific incident, but also the character and reason for reinstatement.
Do you withdraw? You withdraw? So do you have a motion?
Motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend question by 3 minutes. Is that an objection? Are there any objections? Blurt it out. Okay, Rose. Do you
Motion to move to debate.
Oh my god. Okay. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay. Pause. We're gonna pause real quick. You don't have to. When I said that, I didn't really mean it. Would you like to not withdraw your motion? So now we are going to go into pro con, and I'm going to explain to you what pro con is. Would you like to do pro con? No. Okay. Decorum. Yes, I'm going to explain pro con. Pro con. So essentially, pro con is she made a motion. Rose objected to that. She did not withdraw that motion, which means she did not yield it off to him. She was like, no, I'm going to hold on to what I said. I said what I said. That's basically what she said. So with that being said, we are now going to enter into pro con, meaning that you can correct me if I'm wrong, Brody. She says her piece, he says his piece, because her piece was already said, correct?
No, it's just the objection is the pro, the
And then
motion
she
is
is the
the
con.
con. Yeah.
Yes. And then do they go into explaining why?
They each are allowed 1 minute to explain their piece. There is no debate afterwards. We
just
then
vote.
vote immediately.
Right. Okay. So you hold pro is pro the objection, con is the motion. Therefore, Rose, you have a minute to talk about why you object to the motion to extend debate by 3 minutes. You have a minute when you are ready. Questioning, my bad. Yeah.
Okay, we have the extensive minutes from the Senate exec meeting. We had eight or 9 minutes of speech. I forget. We've had a while of questioning already, and I think we know enough right now to make a decision on this.
You yield?
Yes.
Plaza?
I disagree on the fact that we have enough information simply because there has been so much gray area and vagueness simply because of what goes into the sailing, what goes into the communication, what goes into what ELA Richmond said and what he said, what goes into other committees and stuff like that. So I respectfully disagree.
All right, we're going to vote again on your thing. Yes is pro, right? So okay, I'll get you Ken on in a second. On your thing, it will say yes, no, right? Yes is pro the objection. You are saying yes to this wonderful man right here. Con will be agreeing with this amazing woman right here. Understood? Okay, you can vote. Oh yeah, and you can abstain. Please quiet during voting procedures. This is spicy. Oh, God. Okay. With a vote count of 23 to 14 to 0, the objection stands. So with that, we move on to debate now. Got it. Thank you, Brody. We are now in debate on this appeal. Yamanchili, Richmond, and we'll do you as well. Then we'll get to you.
So this is just me, but personally, I believe that people can change, people can become better. I believe in forgiveness. And I'm well aware that LJR denied Senator Larson's dean meeting absence request. Those are the opinions of the committee, not my own. I'm aware that he was reinstated sometime during the summer and cannot be reinstated again. I do acknowledge that going to Connecticut to pick up sailboats on a 22-hour drive and back, that is 44 hours, is really exhausting. I will say what I said in Senate exec. I do believe that this is a justified reason to excuse someone. LJR has approved dean meeting absence requests for those who could not make it because of class. We have approved those who didn't even have class but needed to study for exams. And so if we did that, I don't see why we cannot approve an absence request for someone who was going to Connecticut to pursue their passion in sailing. And this is a UCF club. These are UCF sanctioned activities. To my knowledge, Mr. Larson is the co-captain of the sailing intramural team. And so I believe that we are students first, senators second. Mr. Larson deserves a second chance. Based on, I think we should focus on the merits of the original absence request alone. The fact that he had poor communication with ELA Richmond, or that he did not show up to ORS, or that he did not show up to CRT. While that is unfortunate, and while I would expect that to change if Senate does reinstate him, those activities should have no bearing on our decision. And so I will be voting to overturn Senate exec's decision, and I believe that former Senator Larson should be reinstated. And I really like his passion and his difference of opinion. I believe diversity of thought is a good thing in the committee. And so despite the LJR committee disagreeing with the nature of his absence, I would love to see him in the LJR committee. And I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I have a clarifying question for LJR chair, elementally. Just to clarify, just so I can just look at it, you said you approved multiple dean meeting requests for multiple senators for studying for an exam. Can you list them? Just because I didn't recall it, so I just wanted to, look over that.
I believe there was only one senator. The majority of dean meeting absence requests were for class. There was, I believe, one senator who could not make it due to exams.
As linked in the agenda, I will read out the times I reached out to Senator Larson regarding the mock dean meeting and dean meeting. July 21st, August 8th, August 17th, August 18th, September 5th, September 6th, September 8th, September 8th again, September 14th, 3 times. This does not include all the times that I reminded senators during Senate. And in regard to the group chat, until September 11th, after the mock dean meeting, I was the only one to text in the group chat. Further, I sent a calendar invite to Larson, as I did for every senator for both the mock dean meeting and the dean meeting. After at least 11 times of reaching out, I received no response. No response to the Google form, when to meet, no warning regarding missing the mock dean meeting, nor the dean meeting. This is a great and crucial opportunity for senators to bring their constituents' concerns directly to admin and their deans. Larson had at least 11 opportunities to click a link and neglected this opportunity. Larson made it clear during his speech that this was not a priority. Larson has neglected his opportunity to represent ORS and CRT, neglected his opportunity to represent the College of Engineering and Computer Science once, being removed already before, and has done it again. These priors are relevant because humans follow patterns, and this will not change.
I already have an order established, so just keep your hand up. Oh my goodness. Okay. But I thank you. You're amazing. Thank you. Kana.
I kind of have, I guess, 2 points of clarification and then debate, if I may.
Is it in regards to your debate?
Well, first, I don't know for my own information. Is this something that we could postpone to next meeting, just theoretically, so I know for future reference?
You can make that motion. You're allowed to make that motion.
Okay. Forget the second point of clarification, then I'll just go right into debate. I'll repeat what I said during Senate exec. This is double jeopardy if we are going to forcefully consider both previous reinstatement and the current one. sure, humans follow patterns, but we're also creatures that are highly capable of learning. That's, in fact, why we have organized university systems specifically for us. And I do believe that, again, this is a mistake, and this is quite literally the hot seat. He's shown up not only in LJR to discuss this, but also to Senate exec, and now he's before all of us now. And he's maintaining his composure. He's giving us consistent answers here. I understand that we don't have solid answers to everything that we would like, but part of our job is filling in that gray area. And I say this in my capacity as E&A chair. Do we want to try and catch another fisherman and then teach them how to fish? Or do we want to teach someone that we already have who's willing and able how to fish? Thank you.
Borges?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify some things. So during the summer, Larson only had 1/2 of an unexcused absence and had 0 unexcused absences this fall. So if any senators were confused about why Senate exec had issues with attendance, that was not with ORS. Other than that, Larson did communicate with me in person that they had conflicts, but as I said, I simply forgot because I'm a busy person. So if anyone wants to tell me anything, do it in writing, please. Either way, the review Senate exec was supposed to be doing was on a dean meeting absence request, not in him as ORS rep and not in his capacity as ORS rep at CRT. I feel strongly that LJR and Senate exec used debate that was not germane to this discussion. Therefore, no matter the facts in the dean meeting, I must vote to overturn this.
Okay, keep your hands up. I saw some people with hands. Okay, I'm trying to see who hasn't spoken yet too regarding this. I'm going to do Temple, DeMarla, Butler, and then Kringle, and then I'll look again.
So I'm going to reiterate what I also said during the Senate exec. That's going to sound like a bit pedantic, but nevertheless, I will be voting to overturn Senate executive's decision because it's pretty clear that Senator Larson wants to stay in Senate. If he did not want to stay in Senate, he would not be at that podium tonight. And he would not have gone out of his way to miss a regatta meeting. If I'm not mistaken, that's what that is. To train with individuals that he's been training with for the better half of, I want to say, a semester and a half. 2 semesters. Thank you. Those individual, like a regatta team is like any sports team. They are very close. They're very kinful. And we're very similar in that regard too. Look at us. We are very kinful too. We all make jokes. We all love to hang out. We all banter with each other, especially regarding soccer. I understand the concerns that some senators have regarding his repeat absences that he's had over the summer. But as Chair Kenna had said, people learn. And it is human nature, yes, for individuals to have patterns, but it's also human nature to make mistakes and learn. After all, we are human and we are not robots. That's a bit up in the air. But for the most part, we are all humans. We all make mistakes. We all let things slip under the radar. We sometimes let things slip over our heads. That's just human nature. So, and for this to happen now I do believe that keeping somebody as passionate as somebody who is as knowledgeable and who is very willing and open to be with this body, like being let go under certain circumstances, is a mistake. And I'm going to pull an economics term from my head, but there is an opportunity cost to everything. And yes, thank you for that. He's putting Senate above the second best thing to him, and that's a very close second best thing. I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, have something that is near and dear to our hearts that we would rather be doing now than me sitting in this chamber. And yet we are sitting here in this chamber because we want to be here. I want to leave that off from there. But to reiterate, I will be voting to overturn the decision of Senate executive. I encourage you all to do the same.
Okay, DeMarla?
I think we've had really good debate, and I think honestly, based on that, I'll be voting to maintain Senate exec's decision. Based on what I've heard previously, I've heard a lot of, we should focus on the case right now and not anything else, which I agree with. I think that, this is just what the LGR request, denying or accepting it. If anyone looks to the actual LGR request, the documentation is a picture of boats, just boats, not the senator in it, just a picture of boats. So, I agree with the sentiment that we should just pay attention to what this absence request actually is. And the documentation was literally just boats, not really any other words other than that. So I'm, basing my decision on the original things submitted. Additionally, with the proof that ELA Richmond sent, 11 messages, you as a senator, one of your duties is to be active on Teams. Me and Sierra mention it a lot. Communication is so important because if you can't communicate within your senators, how are you going to communicate to your constituents? This is our whole purpose. So, seeing, in my opinion, disrespect towards ELA Richmond by not responding to any of these messages, anything like that, I just cannot in good conscience, vote against overturning Senate exec's decision. In addition, all the LJR dean meeting requests have all been for class conflicts. I looked through the minutes and I didn't find anything, regarding studying. I know there was a work one, so if someone wants to correct me on that, but unless it's really due to academic reasons, dean meetings, as the previous ELA, was one of the most important ways to get involved, and not even acknowledging that or letting the current ELA know so you can pass your initiatives if you're not able to make it, does more harm than good.
So with that, debate has elapsed, so I'll take a motion. Kringle?
Motion to extend debate by 7 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 7 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's extended. We'll continue to go in the order, Butler, then Kringle, and then I will do another.
Yeah, so I'll keep this short because most people already said it, but I'll be speaking to overturn this. He showed up for 3 meetings and basically said that he would change, so we'll see if he changes or not, and yeah, pretty much that's it.
Kringle?
Yeah, I'll be speaking to uphold Senate exec's decision. I will say during everyone's speeches and questioning during this entire process, the senator's been laughing and smiling during all opposing speeches when points have been brought up against him, which I see as very unprofessional. Also, I know that Senator Borges or other senators have mentioned that this is a matter of just the excuse request, but this also is a matter of staying in Senate with past performances and being reinstated. The fact that LJR, the people we appointed to LJR, denied this request, I think that speaks volumes. I mean, LJR was the one that denied it. Another point is also the rules for these dean meetings have been online and available for the past year. I know I read the rules right when I was appointed a senator. I knew that they were required. Also, ELA Richmond has put out numerous announcements stating that these need to get done. During his speech, he also mentioned that he filled out CRT when to meet and everything else. I pulled him up. He did not. There's been no communication with CRT chair or with the when to meets when it comes to CRT meetings. And yeah, it seems like communication overall has been a weak point. So I'll be voting to uphold Senate exec.
Okay. We'll do Lacasse, Bourne, and Hamid, and then I'll do another round.
So I'm going to start off with saying, I don't have a super strong, emotional attachment one way or the other towards how this vote goes. But I will say, in terms of body language, it can be natural to be uncomfortable when anything negative is said. So I wouldn't hold anything that the person we're discussing right now has done. It's very awkward to just be in front of a room of people being discussed about whether essentially you can stay in their group or not. I will say, though, that we have seen a lot of people just in this session come and go. We can see the empty chairs around us of people who we know were there at some point. I believe this is the first one we've seen who's actually tried to stay. And so, yeah, I can definitely agree. The communication has been lacking in the past. There are definitely ways that they could have gone better about fixing it. I will say it seems that they did not know about the boats until 4 days before. Obviously very unprofessional about how they handled it. But in terms of communication, stuff like that, I know, for example, for myself, whenever the migration happened with emails, I stopped getting notifications from Teams. And there's been plenty of times where I don't see things until the day before. So I can completely understand how that communication can break down. Not an excuse for how it was handled. But the fact that he's willing to be up here and try to stay in says something, because there's so many people in this body who have not done that. And so it would be kind of nonsensical to go through all this effort to try to stay in if you truly just don't care.
Bourne?
I see this every single day I'm in the office. ELA Richmond goes out of her way in so many different ways for every single one of us. And that is shown in the documentation today. And this is just a part about life, not just professionalism. But when you make a mistake, it is your responsibility as a leader to show accountability, to apologize to those who are affected, and to have a plan to revise and make up for the mistakes you made. And I did not see all three of those things in today's speech, neither in the speech in Senate exec last week. So I will be upholding Senate exec's decision.
Hamid. And then after that, I'll take a motion because time will elapse.
So as an LJ, remember I wanted to say something that was said earlier by, anyway, so I don't mess up. I would like to say that Larson did not attend the meeting where his absence would be stated, would be seen for the dean meeting. So he could not clarify a lot of questions that we had. We were not sure if the boating club was UCF affiliated. So we kind of just had to assume that it was not because it was never stated. As the pro temp said, the proof that he gave us was just a picture of boats with like no UCF logo. So it's like, we kind of just had to assume that it's like a non-UCF or school affiliated like event. So that's kind of the thing that I went into it when I was voting in LJR. As a CES senator who was in the same group chat as Larson for the dean meetings, I can say that ELA Richmond communicated very clearly with all of us what was expected out of us. She, as you can see in the document that she provided, all of the times and dates when she did communicate to us of like what the dean meeting would be, or where it could, or where it was, or what time it was. She was very clear with what she wanted from us. Missing a dean meeting means that the students that Larson represents did not get to be represented, which is really sad and disappointing. I do know that things happen, life happens, mistakes happen. However, I will be voting to uphold Senate exec's decision.
All right. Temple.
Motion.
You may.
Move to extend debate by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 3 minutes. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
Yes.
Motion to make debate unlimited.
There's been a motion to make debate unlimited. Are
I
there
object.
any?
Objection.
Who said that first? And no one. And I don't want to hear me with by 3 people. I'm seeing. Okay. Wait a second. Temple made the motion. You objected. You withdrew. Okay.
I think. Just kidding.
Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Motion to be voting.
Huh?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Your motion.
Motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 3 minutes. Are there any objections? You object, sir.
I object.
Oh, okay. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
What is your motion?
Motion to move to voting.
Oh.
I object.
I heard that first. Do you withdraw?
I do not withdraw.
Oh. So now we're going to pro con. Okay. Oh, decorum. Decorum. Okay. Pro, that's the objection. Con is the original motion. We'll now be going to 1 minute little speeches. So go ahead.
I just want to say that I know there's been a lot of debate going on for this candidate, and I just want to say with the agenda that's been, looked at and seeing that's going to go for quite some time, as mentioned before, I think it's best that we start wrapping up this debate since we've all kind of have our voting set in stone right now, and just keep chugging this along.
Your speech.
Again, I'm going to reiterate here as E&A chair, it matters a lot to me about who not only gets appointed to this body or voted in, but who stays in here. And as Senator Cass had mentioned earlier, to show up not only to regular meetings is one thing, but to show up also, again, to Senate exec to be seen when you've already been removed, and then again before the entirety of Senate, that doesn't happen on accident. And accidents do happen with communication, or rather lack thereof.
Don't make a debate about your motion of wanting to move to extend.
But if we don't want to extend debate now, I still believe it's important that we get the full picture. And if that's the case, then I would make a motion to postpone this to next meeting.
All right, we'll be voting. Just a redirection. So pro is Acosta, con is Kana. And you may abstain. That's an option. With a vote count of 17 to 18 to 1. I'm sorry, Acosta.
C'est la vie.
It's majority, right, Brody? Okay. Y'all are fiery today. I'm eating it up. I am. All right. With that, debate has been extended by 3 minutes. So I've seen some hands that have been up for a while. How I am trying to do this is getting people who haven't spoken and then getting to the people who, had their hand up for the longest. So just please bear with me because we haven't had something like this yet. All right. So we will be doing Samilo, Daedalus, Rose. Go.
Okay, so during his speech, he did mention, or it was during questioning, that it was mentioned that the senator would not show up to Senate until about 9:30 or 10 o'clock, debating on when his thing ended, when he went, when he changed, when he comes back. So with all of that being said, the time of 10 o'clock, him getting here, we most likely will not still be sitting here most of the time as we've been getting out of Senate around then. Not tonight though, but you know what I mean. So with that being said, there's that. And then also, I do want to say that not only have everybody's voice been heard, and I understand where everybody's coming from, but there has been a lot of times that the senator has had this have being a constant issue. Not only was it rejected in LGR, but Senate exec, and now we're here. So I feel like we should all stay with what our people have already said is those people have been put in those positions for a reason. And I also don't know if anybody noticed, but again, he was laughing while Senator Richmond listed everything that was stated. And also when Pro Temp DeMarla was speaking during debate, which is extremely unprofessional, even if you are nervous, there's no excuse for that. You don't laugh when somebody's talking in negation, when he's not laughing if someone is talking for him. So I just think that was extremely unprofessional and not something that we need people here to represent UCF doing. So I will be voting to uphold the decision.
Dallas.
As much as I want to retain, but either way, this is a learning lesson, whether you do vote in favor or not. This is a learning lesson that communication is really important, not only to your fellow college senators, but also to the leadership that we do have in charge. Each leadership and each senator works really hard to make sure that student government senate goes the way that it does and that we grow every year. So I'm not gonna really say what because I'm still confused myself on where to go. But this really is a learning lesson that communication is really important, and to also please understand the importance of why we're here. And how much just simply not responding to, no matter how simple you think the message is, how much of an impact that it makes, because we've been sitting here long enough, respectfully.
Rose.
Okay, I'm going to be voting to overturn this decision. I understand mistakes were made, some pretty big mistakes in terms of communication. But if we vote to deny this, or to not overturn this, Senator Larson will never have the chance to fix those mistakes that were made. I think we should give him that chance. If he messes up again, it's on him. He didn't learn after 2 times, but without that chance, he can never do that. So I will be voting to overturn it.
Okay, sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to see something because time has elapsed. And I do want to mention that we do have 2 fiscal bills, and then we also have 5 confirmations. So I'm just going to let you know that now. I could just be like, in the interest of time, but at the end of the day, you can still object to my motion. But I just want to let you know that our confirmees, are waiting to be confirmed. We have one that's on a time constraint as well. Kairos. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. I wasn't doing a motion. I want y'all to decide.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the Senate exec appeal for Julian Larson. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. So yes, we'll be upholding upholding Senate exec.
No, yes to overturn.
Okay.
No to leave as B.
Okay. No. So yes to overturn Senate exec's decision. Yes to, and no to uphold it. And abstain is abstention. So do that. Yeah. Yes to overturn. No to uphold. Uh-oh, what's that?
You mean a roll call vote? Yeah. So basically, what he's asking for is to basically go down the list and have the roll call vote right now.
There's an objection.
Really quickly, typically you wouldn't do that when you have a ballot vote. Can you give a reason?
We can't see it, and some people, while it might be counterintuitive, might feel intimidated to vote out loud, but it might be necessary.
I object. We have so much to do.
Shh, okay, let's quiet. Do you withdraw?
I have a question to Brody.
Yeah.
Is this an objectable motion? I thought it was privileged for some reason.
I'd have to check. I'm not 100% sure.
One moment. Research is going to be done. And what is it? What did you motion for?
It's a roll call vote.
A roll.
essentially.
Oh, I thought you said something so different. Okay. Let's be quiet, please.
So I don't know if this helps. I can have the I can display the results if that's.
Oh yeah.
Roll.
I will offer that technologically I can display the results now as opposed to waiting for a voting record. Procedurally and what you want to do, I will let you all decide that, but that is a thing that I can physically do.
Can I motion to see that?
If there aren't any hands, Damarla.
Then we can do the roll call vote, but you just display the names then to save time because we have five nominations to go through.
Can I? Yeah, I think you guys are misunderstanding the purpose. A lot of times people change their decision based off the person's looking at them, and if they are known what their vote is, I feel like we're public record anyway. It just takes some time because we have technology. Some places do voice votes. I feel like if you're going to vote no on this candidate, on this person, you might as well do it to their face.
Nope, we're not doing that. Kringle.
I would also like to argue that voting records are public information. It will be very apparent for who voted what, no matter if we're saying it out loud now or later. So I'd just like to make that point.
Okay, so what I'm going to recommend, in the absence of taking the time to look up what you're looking up, instead of asking for an objection, you can debate the validity of you can debate whether you want to take a roll call vote and then decide.
I was literally looking for Robert's rules regarding a roll call vote because historically we haven't done that. So give me 30 seconds and then I'll take that out.
I can go. I mean, I have the book. I can go check if you want.
Okay, that'd be great. I'm gonna go ahead and and wait for Brody. Kana?
Just, I suppose to reiterate here, there is an impact, and yes, it's public record, but that will again take time to post. And if I was in the ex-senator's position, I would again want to see and hear people's actual votes, because this is a final decision for him. There, as I understand it, there is no further appeal process, so that seems only fair.
I'm gonna recommend that, because if we don't do objection, you can say that for like debate. I'll let everybody like debate, obviously then vote or whatever. Brody's back, so I was gonna recess, but then it would be just too much to bring you all back. So he's opening the book. So just sit tight, please. Kylie?
I just have a question on, like, is the point of this to make us change our mind because he's standing in front of us? Like, I don't understand what the point of it is.
Is
to
there
say it in person?
You have an answer for?
Whatever you guys want to vote, it's whatever you guys want to vote.
Well, we already
might
voted.
not. It's not time to speak.
I didn't know. Sorry.
Basically, it might and it might not. More people might vote yes as a result. I'm just letting you know that I think it is something that we have the opportunity to do, so I'd want to do it. People who abstained, I really want to see them vote, because if you're abstaining, you should have asked more questions maybe, if it's not for a personal reason, like personal connection to the individual. But I don't believe any of us would vote that way anyway. So
Give me a moment, yo. Brody, so here in Robert's rules, regarding the vote, it says that responsibility of announcing or declaring the vote rests upon the chair, and he or she therefore has the right to have the vote taken again by rising if he is in doubt as to the result, and even if the vote counted, if necessary. He cannot have taken the vote by ballot or by yeas or nays unless it is required by the rules or by a vote of the assembly. If the viva voce vote does not make him positive as to the result, he may at once say those in favor of the motion will rise, and when they are seated, he will continue those opposed to the motion. Those opposed will rise. If it does not enable him to determine the vote, he should say those in favor of the motion, blah, 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 just extra words. But he then counts those standing, directs the secretary to do so, then be seated, those opposed, and stand. After both sides have been accounted for, the chair announces the result below. In a very large assembly, the chair may find it necessary to appoint tellers to count the vote and report him to the numbers. In small assembly, a show of hands may be constituted for a rising vote.
I think that originally Tyler did say a voice vote, but I believe he meant roll call vote. A viva voce vote is a all those in favor, aye, all those in favor, nay, and you just go by how loud it is, basically. And I don't think that's
not what
serving the
Tyler's
purpose.
calling for.
Yeah.
It says by. Okay, it says that's by roll call though. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Give me just a second.
Okay, Temple,
May I direct a question to the ORS chair?
you may.
Would you be open to amending your motion to a vote by voice, viva voce?
that'd be a fun time. So sure.
Well, it's up to him.
Decorum. If you have something to say, raise your hand. Okay, Temple.
May I clarify to the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Viva voce is basically, according to this, this is basically the ayes and nays from the House. So all those in favor would yell nay in unison, and those who are in disapproval, they would yell nay. It's typically one of the most straightforward, because it's just people saying yay or nay. You can disagree on that front, but that's just what's it called? Robert's Rules has.
Hamid.
Is there just a way we can vote by just standing up? Like stand up for yes?
Yes, that's a motion for a viva voce, I think. Or no.
No, that's what the thing you were reading was
that's
saying,
what I
that
was
if
reading.
the viva voce vote doesn't, the chair does not have a clear majority, then they
Okay.
can ask for a standing vote.
Yeah,
which is different.
I honestly, by hearing the debate, I don't think it's a clear yay or yay or nay. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, I'm almost there. Give me
Okay.
30 seconds.
If you don't find anything, then we may do the standing one. I've never done this. Y'all are crazy. Oh my goodness. What are these hands for? Donahue. Oh, we can't do that. Yeah.
We right now have students that are waiting to discuss their bills that have been here for almost 2 hours now that were early on the agenda. Would there be any way to speed up?
We
this?
have a vote. We literally
Okay.
have a vote. There's just been a motion to do another vote in a through a different medium.
Is there any way that we can focus on the students now and then possibly go back to this if we have time at the end of the meeting?
That's what we're trying to figure out now. So Brody's trying to see if an objection can be made to that motion. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Oh, Brody found
from what I'm understanding from my reading of this is that what we are doing is referred to as a electronic roll call vote. So it is motioning for a roll call vote is not procedurally like it's the same thing, right? So to get to your purpose, either a viva voce vote or something else to that effect. But I think that generally, I'm not sure. This is my thought process on it. I think that motioning for a less specific method of voting is probably not going to be procedurally appropriate, right? Usually, I think that in here it will tell you that you can ask for a more specific form of voting, but you can't go the other direction, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Okay. So with that, there's no more specific that you can get.
Sorry. To be clear, my understanding and interpretation, which I will fully accept that could be wrong, is that this vote stands and there's not much else that can be done about it.
Well,
Technically, somebody on the successful side, on the no's, somebody who voted no, can make a motion to re-see this vote. That's a different thing. But yes, like there's no else in this moment to say like to recast or do anything like that.
with that being said, Chair Borges, would you like to re-see this vote?
I voted yes, so I can't.
Okay, sorry. I know. He just said no. So anybody on the opposing side that would like to re-see this vote? If not, the vote that has been made is with a vote count of 17 to 18 to 2, the Senate exec decision has been upheld. Thank you for coming, Julian Larson. Thank you for coming, and we wish you well on your endeavors past this chamber. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me. Chair Temple?
Would the chair like to entertain a motion to directly see the fiscal bills for the sake of the students in the back?
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. There's been a motion to see fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on second. Do you want to do first or second?
Seen as first reading, seen as they're just to be remanded.
Okay. To see the fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading. Are there any objections? This isn't an objection. It's just a question. Okay, just keep your hand up. I'll recognize you. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Brown.
I'm wondering, like, what are the grounds for abstaining? Because, like, I thought that was like when you're like you have a conflicting. What are the reasons for that?
Pro Temp, you want to go into that?
Yeah, so per our statutes, we kind of added this last year, but abstentions should only really be made when there is a conflict of interest. This can be like, you have a personal reason. It is up to the individual to assess that. You have a personal reason that you believe would not allow you to vote on this fairly.
With that, is there a motion regarding speech? Not actually, we'll do that when we get to second. So, notice of legislation on first reading bills. Fiscal Bill 5517, funding for 8 members of the United Nations associations at UCF to travel to the McGill Model United Nations Assembly 2024 in Montreal, Quebec from January 25th, 2024 to January 28th, 2024, introduced by Senator Guerra, is hereby remanded to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5518, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to compete in Spaceport America Cup at New Mexico on June 17th, 2024, is hereby remanded to FAO. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading. I'll take a motion. Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Fiscal Bill 5515, funding for 12 members of the American Chemical Society to travel to American Chemical Society Conference, Many Flavors of Chemistry in New Orleans from March 16th, 2024 to March 22nd, 2024, introduced by D-Leg Morset. D-Leg, you have 5 minutes when you're ready, unless you have the RSO here.
I don't believe the RSO is present, so I'll go ahead and represent them.
You may come to the front, the RSO.
No, I said I don't believe they're
Oh,
present.
you don't believe. Sorry, I misheard. Go ahead.
We saw this yesterday and we postponed it to today just to see if we can get the RSO present to confirm any confusions. We had contact with the RSO. They did not respond. So therefore, the numbers that are on this bill are from the last time we saw them, which was in committee, are correct to my understanding. And we spoke about the lodging yesterday and how it was different. It was because the taxes weren't involved. And I think, I don't know, actually, was that the other? The number is correct. It was because of the breakdown of their quote, it was weird. So the number for 243 nights times 6 nights times 3 nights, it is correct, but the breakdown might be the differential. But the numbers are correct. With that, I yield to questioning.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? I'll take a motion. Like, we literally just saw this yesterday. So, Lazo.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Lacasse.
Motion to move to voting.
I want to hear a little something. Lazo.
Seeing as how we saw this yesterday, and this is an incredible opportunity for the STEMs, the sciences, which UCF represents, I will be voting in favor, and I retain.
Okay, you retain. Oh, okay. All right. There's been first. I'll see that as a technical in there. There's make your motion, or because you didn't say retain in the front, so you have to make your motion.
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5515. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, Fiscal Bill 5515 passes on second reading. Fiscal Bill 55, sorry, y'all. Oh, what happened? What happened to the link? Did I erase that? Oh, I did. Sorry. Can you fix it to 55? Fiscal Bill 5516, funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to, Oh, this is a different one. My apologies. Funding for Knight's experimental rocketry to compete in FAR 10K at Mojave Desert, California on June 5th, 2024, introduced by Vice Chair Fintel. Fintel, you have 5 minutes when you are ready, but give us 1 moment while they relink the bill. The RSO's here.
Yeah.
You may come to the front. I'm the treasurer for Rocketry, and he represents you, Kyler, and he is one of the managers on this project. Is your mic on?
Oh, is the mic working now?
Click it again. It's hard to tell.
This button?
Oh, I can speak.
Hello?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, great. There were slides. I don't know if you guys have those.
Just give us
No
1
worries.
moment. We have to.
Yeah, that's all good.
We have some technicals.
Is it ready whenever I'm ready, or?
Yeah.
Is it good? Okay. Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Kyler Marcial. I'm the Aerostructures Manager for this project. A couple of my co-managers cannot be here tonight, but I'm here representing FAR. Today, we're requesting a bill of $10,000. It's actually just $5K from the Senate, and KXR is matching the other $5,000. Could I have the next slide, please? Awesome. So what is KXR? Our mission here is to cultivate a passion for science, technology, and the exploration of space. And we do that through developing skills for students to help them in their endeavors professionally and as students. KXR has grown exponentially in the past couple of years. I'm sure maybe some of you have seen us around campus. We're a big presence on campus, and we're here to help students, and we love doing that. Next slide, please. So fund breakdown for this project. It's a $10,000 project in total. Expenses are $10K in total. Like I said, Aerostructures is getting about $4,500 of it. Payloads is $2K. Propulsion is around $4,000. Can I have the next slide, please? One of the big note here is what this project is about. It's about student passion and development. It's also about preparing them professionally for industry. And to do that, we're building a rocket. Most importantly, we're building UCF's most powerful bi-propellant liquid rocket. Last year, we launched the first rocket to be launched by a college in the state that was a bi-propellant rocket. This year, we're doing it again bigger and better. But to do that, we need more money, obviously. And we're here with a bigger team as well. So the plan is early June this year, in less than 8 months, to launch it out in Mojave, California, hopefully to an apogee of 10,000 feet, competing in a payload and altitude-based competition at the Friends of Amateur Rocketry launch site. And yeah, perfect. There's a pretty short presentation, but that's all I have.
I'll see the date corrections as a technical. DLAG and then temple.
You guys listed your total, and then you said the amount you're requesting is 5,000, just flat. Is there a reason it's not split, like just 50-50?
What do you mean? 50-50? It's because we're organizing our budget between all the projects. We have this one, IREC, ION. We have multiple projects that we're dividing all the money that the SGA is able to give us. So that's why we did that.
You're set. You have a follow-up?
So on the bill, it's split 50-50 from like the 10,584. And so your half would be 5,292 and 12 cents. And we would also give you 5,292.11 cents. Would you want that? Would you want us to change it to just 5,000 flat?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. That was your.
I just wanted to may I direct a question to the ORS chair?
You may.
Just to confirm, the reversion date for this fiscal bill will be the 30th of June because the fact that should this month go by, it would actually go beyond the end of the fiscal year?
Yes, that is correct. They have less than the normal time to use their funds.
Awesome. May I direct two questions to the RSO?
You may.
So good evening. Are you guys aware of the post-funding procedures, especially now that this change in date has been made aware to you?
Yes.
Awesome. And I'm assuming you two, you have financially trained officers?
Yes, I'm trained, and we have many more.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for bearing with us. So one of the things said, like preparing you guys for like future like career projects. So what kind of like careers are like, people in your like organization looking to go into?
This one. Well, obviously there's aerospace engineering, but we actually help so many other majors. Very important CS majors, electronics. We kind of are very broad with it. Systems engineering and industrial engineering. Building a rocket isn't just aerospace engineering. It's everything. We go through the entire process from designing to finding the parts that we need, manufacturing them, and then being on that site and having to launch them. We have a separate system for people that are just learning ground control. So it's everything.
Sandlin?
I'm just making sure, does your RSO have at least 2 financially trained officers?
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Herrera.
Sorry if I missed it before, and sorry also my voice is a little messed up today. But y'all getting any funding from any other sources aside from student government?
Yes. We collect dues from members, but we also have companies that sponsor us.
Could you name some of the companies that sponsor you?
I'm sorry, I cannot recall them off the top of my head. Yeah, go for it.
I know a couple.
Yeah.
Last year, our biggest sponsor was Blue Origin. We have a local AWG gas sponsor, Siemens, Ansys. The list goes on, but those are some off the top of my head.
Any other questions? If not, Borges?
Yeah, I know KXR is great at post-funding procedures, but can you guys explain to me a little bit about what basically happens from here until the time you get funds?
On our kind of just waiting on receiving an email and going to that office to go and basically finalize our what we're purchasing. Sorry. emphatically.
You're good? No more questions? Are you having a follow-up?
I think your RSO understands a lot, so
Yeah.
I don't go too much into it, but just make sure you use at least 80% of our half and 95%
Oh,
of
yeah,
your half.
I
No,
remember
yeah,
that part.
You got it.
Yes.
Anyone else? If not, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Nice.
That's a question? No? Go
Seeing
ahead,
no,
Temple.
seeing no further questions, I move to debate.
All right, there's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Yalman Chili, Sandlin, Pintel.
So I would love to see KXR succeed at the FAR 10K in Mojave Desert. A few weeks ago, I met a former officer of KXR who was really grateful to student government that KXR was able to travel to New Mexico, I believe, to do very cool stuff. And personally, not to share my personal story, but I really like space and I've been inspired from it ever since I was a little kid. I would watch shows about the space race between NASA and the Soviets. And so our students at KXR and the other aerospace clubs are the future. They are going to get us places. These are going to be the people who are going to be at the helm when the American flag is on Mars. And I would be incredibly happy to see them succeed. So I will be voting in favor, and I would recommend everyone to do the same. Thank you.
Sandlin? No? Pintel?
So KXR is an absolutely exemplary club. They have been so involved within CECS. You cannot go into the engineering atrium without running into somebody who is in KXR, and they always have glowing things to say about the club. They have such a high retention rate for their members and so many projects that they have going on, which is just amazing considering the amount of time and effort each of those projects takes, and they have results to show for it. They have also been very clear with their communication with me as the person that introduced and sponsored this bill, and I couldn't ask for more. They were very helpful. They were very clear on what they needed, and I will be voting in favor of this bill.
Temple?
Not a debate, but I would like to motion to see the amendment on the page. I move to see the amendments on the page on the bill.
There's been a motion to see Chair Temple's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there.
I'll yield to Dean-elect Morissette.
Morissette?
Yeah, sorry I couldn't make the amendments. I don't know how to edit on my iPad, but I asked the RSO during questioning, since they had 5,000 on their presentation, if they would like us to decrease our half to just 5,000 flat. So that would make our contribution just 5,000, and theirs 5,584.23. They explained their reasoning. They were trying to allocate for all the money that they were requesting this fiscal year, so that's why I made that amendment. I yield to questioning.
All right. We are now in questioning. Temple?
More so a question to the RRS chair,
You may.
just for the feasibility of this. Have we ever had circumstances like this before, where we where this is not a sanctioned RSO, but we have had to allow the RSO to accrue more?
Yes, it's one of the main exceptions we allow.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Hamid? Or Whitson, was that a question? Was that a question?
No, I was going to move.
Okay, I'll go Whitson since we're not. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just reading through the amendment. Do you mean to put 5,000 flat for the therefore be it enacted line just at the end of it? I think you may have put the wrong one in, just so that we don't move past that.
When you say therefore being acted, like right here where we put the number that we'll be contributing?
Ethan just changed it, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll just see it as a technical since that's what you meant to put. Hamid?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Lacasse?
I think it's good that we got this worked out so that their numbers are right, and hopefully they'll benefit you guys.
Kringle?
Motion been voting.
There's been a motion to vote on this block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 35 to 0, this block of amendment has passed. We are still in debate for this. Borges,
Question to the pro temp's office.
you may.
Can someone fill in the amount that they've received this fiscal year, please?
So far, because they, from my knowledge, they haven't received any because their allocation hasn't necessarily gone through an accountant so far. So like, I talked to Akila about this earlier. She said once that money has kind of been dispersed, we would go ahead and try to review this back on third reading.
I'm so sorry, Borges.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Mhm.
So, to the of your knowledge, we've had nothing sent off to the accountants yet on their behalf this fiscal year.
Yes.
Mhm. Would you like to say anything else? No? Kringle?
Sorry to be a broken record, but motion to voting.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5516. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 33 to 2, Fiscal Bill 5516 passes on second reading. Second. Temple?
Seeing as the fiscal committees need to read their minutes in for the accountants to begin the process of the allocations, I move to see fiscal committee reports.
Okay, give me 1 second. My agenda collapsed. You object?
I withdraw.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I think we should do the fiscal bills. Senate exec can always meet to see the reports if we really need to. But I think these need to be seen, and then we can go there next. I don't know if you want to.
So you want to continue how we're going? Okay. Fintel?
Yeah, I'm not sure the proper procedure for this, but they did want to see this on third reading as well.
I do want to also note that we have a confirmee that needs to leave in like 40 minutes. So it's Temple? Or is that do you still want to make a motion, or DeMarla?
Are you able to stay like a bit longer so then we can see the confirmation and then see you guys on third reading? Okay, then we can just reseat on third reading later.
Okay, we'll continue unless Borges?
We just saw this. It would take like 2 seconds.
Oh, so so to clarify, you do want to see this on third reading at this moment? Okay, is that a motion?
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's been a motion to move to the approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there.
Move fiscal 5416 from second to third. We'll add it to third, I guess.
Oh, you just want that one?
I guess we could add. I didn't know that both wanted to be seen. I just knew the KXR one wanted to be seen both. But I'm open to that too.
I don't believe 5515 needed to be seen on third reading, but I could be wrong. If Chair Samil had anything to say, but I don't believe they need to be seen on third reading.
Do you want to have a say? You don't have to. Okay. Because you can wait till the RSO wants to come and actually speak for third. Okay, we'll just continue with your motion. My apologies. Okay, there's been a motion to move Fiscal Bill 5516 to notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. And then Borges?
Move to reapprove today's agenda.
There's been a motion to reapprove today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, today's agenda stands approved. Borges?
Move to fiscal legislation, notice legislation on third reading, fiscal 5416.
There's been a motion to see fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading, Fiscal Bill 5516. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion for... Uh-oh. It's okay. Is there a motion for 2-minute speeches, 1-minute questioning, 1-minute debate? All right, we are now there. Whoever was representing, sorry. You have 2 minutes. You just feel like it's the same.
Is it on now? Okay. I'd just like to say thank you to everybody who's recognized our RSO, noticing us around. We've grown exponentially. We have about 455 current dues paying members. We have many more that unfortunately cannot pay the dues, but are still allowed to participate and learn from our club. Going out and like launching this rocket is one of the most amazing things you can do. It really is so fulfilling to see something you've worked on come through fruition. And I really, really want my members to have that experience. So, oh yeah.
One last thing I want to say is, like Cami said, KXR has grown so much that we're getting known and recognized outside the university. Several of the students I've spoke to, some I've interviewed for lead positions on my team, actually said they chose UCF because they saw KXR. A student or a member and team member of mine said they received full rides or grants or scholarships for other universities, not for UCF, but chose it because KXR was one of the driving factors. So just want to say, recognize that. And again, say thank you to all of you. KXR, we love you guys so much. So thank you. Yeah.
All right. Do you yield your time?
Yes.
Okay. We're now in questioning. Temple.
Seeing no questions, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, debate. Yamachili.
So we approved it on second reading, and so we should do it again on third. I also wanted to add that I caught up something in the PowerPoint. I have no idea what aerostructures are, but they sound really cool.
All right. Temple.
May I retain?
You may.
Rockets go boom. Let them have it. Let them have at it. Move to vote on fiscal bill 5516.
There's been a motion to vote on fiscal bill 5516. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. All right, with a vote count of 30-0-2, fiscal bill 5516 passes on third reading. All right. We internal caucus committee caucus time, none. Is there a motion to move to confirmations? All right. Is there a motion regarding speeches question? What? Yes, but we have somebody that needs to leave in like 40 minutes. Unless, oh, Kylie, did you know you're good? Okay. Yamachili?
Can I make a motion?
You may.
So 6-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, and 10-minute debate for each confirmee.
I object.
Okay. Do
May
you
I make-
withdraw?
I do.
I didn't even get to say it yet. Go ahead.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. That's a time crunch. All right. There's no objections. So the first confirmee we have is Taylor Calfee for the Associate Justice Seat 6. Yeah, 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, Senators, and happy Thursday. My name is Taylor Caucus, and I'm originally from Sarasota, Florida. I'm a criminal justice major with a political science minor with a plan to join the law school after graduation, and I'm in my second year. I have hopes of becoming an associate justice, and I'm so incredibly grateful for this opportunity. I knew once I graduated high school, I wanted to be involved with student government in college. I submitted my application and was accepted into SGLC. I was nervous and did not know what to expect. I absolutely was inspired with not only SGLC, but with student government as a whole. I was able to see firsthand how much of a genuine impact student government has here at UCF, and the countless resources and opportunities we offer with students. From sitting in on Senate meetings and seeing thousands of dollars used to support and fund RSOs, to attending judicial events and sitting in on parking appeals, to assisting in executive events, I'm constantly learning and evolving thanks to student government. Surrounding myself with wonderful people with similar goals and aspirations has been so inspiring, and I'm always striving to be the best student, agent, and individual I can be, as well as making lifelong friends along the way. SGLC has assisted me in gaining valuable JLC has assisted me in more ways than one. One unique experience that has assisted me to grow as an individual is doing activities with memory care residents in my hometown job. Working with people with a rapidly declining memory has enhanced my ability to work in stressful environments and adapt to whatever situation I find myself in. Judicial directly aligns with my career goals of becoming a judge. I would not be sitting here today if it wasn't for my incredible support system in my life. My family and friends are constantly pushing me to be better and support me completely, which I am so incredibly grateful for. I am so eager and grateful for this opportunity to sit at Associate Justice Seat 6, and I'm open to answer any of your questions. Thank you, and take my time.
We are now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Ms. Calfee? Your mic.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness.
One question, can you name some of the boards that you're required to serve on?
Yes, there is fiscal appeal boards, parking appeal boards, grade appeal boards, as well as student conduct appeal boards.
Anyone else? Borges?
Two of me.
You may.
How long will your term last, specifically your seat?
2 years.
Which part of the Constitution, if you read it, would you change and why?
The one thing that I would say that is the only like slight change I would make is just with the legal definitions and terminology that we use for students that are just not in student government and want to look over the Constitution, things like statutes, fiscal bills, anything like that. I know when I just first started SGLC, I was like, I don't know what that means. So I absolutely, if anything were to change with the Constitution, I think it's a great document now, but definitely providing some less legal jargon in there.
Are there any other questions? Samilo?
So, Bor has asked you which one you would want to change. Which one do you like best out of the Constitution?
I like the preamble the best, absolutely, because it's we, the students of the University of Central Florida, and it shows that we work as a unit, not only in student government, but as a student body as a whole.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Samilo?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Born?
Taylor is a member of our Women's Caucus, and I would love to have someone from Judicial to sit on one of our seats. As of this upcoming spring, I want to plan some sort of event to teach students about Title IX resources and to hopefully get students to feel more comfortable reporting sexual assault on campus. So I will be voting in favor for this candidate.
Samilo?
I had the honor of being hand in hand with Taylor throughout SGLC and being able to just watch her grow as an individual. She is extremely intelligent and very knowledgeable on the Constitution and statutes. So I have no doubt that she will do incredible work in this position, and I will be voting in favor, and I hope you all do the same.
Laza?
I was grateful enough to be sitting in ENA when I first saw this nominee, and right off the bat, she was just incredibly passionate, incredibly involved, and incredibly knowledgeable. And on top of that, ever since then, I've seen her a lot in the SG office. I've seen her in Women's Caucus, and she's really trying to make a change. And I think that's exemplifies what we need in the judicial seat and what we need in student government. So I'll be voting in favor.
Those are three in affirmation. Is there a motion? Temple?
Wouldn't this be the?
Oh, are there any in negation? No. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I believe this is the ENA chair's motion.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting when it comes to these. Kanal.
Motion to move to voting procedures.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 30 to 0 to 1, congratulations, Associate Justice Calfee.
Thank you so much.
Just a question to you. Was now Associate Justice Calfee the individual who was on time crunch, or do we still have yet to see her?
She was the one on the time crunch.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. we're gonna go to the next person unless there's like I don't even think we can disturb that, but Tamila.
I know that Tyler had mentioned doing Senate exec to read into like minutes, but I would like to have my announcement during Senate tonight. So even if it's after like the confirmations, I would like to at least be able to say mine.
We have all night. I'm telling you, we have all night. So like I was just the time crunch, because we had the situation where we had to evacuate and she was one of the individuals that we had to see. So the reason why we have 5 today is because I think 3 of them were the ones we were supposed to see last week. And that's why we saw the business that we saw yesterday, because we'd probably be here until 3 a.m. So I don't even think the student union is open until that time. But I'm going to go ahead and go to Zara. Let me pronounce this. Hashimi. Did I pronounce that correctly? It's Zara Hashimi here.
Yes. It's actually pronounced Hashmi.
Hashimi.
Yes.
It's Zara, right?
Yes.
Zara Hashimi. All right. You have 3 minutes when you're ready. You can stay there if you want, or you can come up here to the podium. Yeah. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zara Hashmi. I'm in my junior year, double majoring in political science and legal studies with a minor in philosophy. I am an aspiring law student who wants to become more involved in student affairs. By receiving a minor in philosophy, I will be able to sharpen my critical thinking skills in the legal field. I understand that many of us may have many different approaches to different issues, but I believe that with cooperation, this can lead to clarification and can often lead to compromise. As a result, I think that collaboration helps make for a good outcome, and it builds character as a team. I'm a huge advocate of helping. Helping people find their voice is crucial and necessary in any context. There are countless student organizations on our huge campus, and they are constantly looking for change. I would love to play a role in helping accomplish that change for the student body. Once I feel more acclimated in the legislative branch, I will take the initiative to join the Women's Caucus and the APIA Caucus. I intend to grant women a chance to feel heard alongside myself and to strengthen the female voice. By joining the APIA Caucus, I would love to not only spread awareness of my South Asian culture, but also learn about other South Asian culture and their customs. In regards to committees, I would love to join the Student Body Advocacy Committee. I would love to advocate for my constituents. One way to do so is by tabling, in which different student organizations can hear from different committees and learn more. I also aspire to join the GAP committee. I think that is essential for not only the Senate to be aware of issues, but also for the student body to be aware of how policy affects college students. By becoming a Senate member, I plan to promote unity between the Senate and the student body. The Senate will be encouraged to boost transparency and to boost communication towards the student body and vice versa. In this way, students will feel more comfortable to reach out and to be heard. An effective way to do so is by hosting events in which students can hear from the Senate on matters relevant to them.
30 seconds left.
Additionally, students at these events can be granted the opportunity to anonymously place notes. This will grant the student body with increased exposure and improve collaboration towards Senate members. I see myself as a compassionate person who likes to fix things and make people's lives easier by having the power to vote on bills and bring light to different issues and student organizations within my college. I believe that I can make a difference in student government. Becoming a senator will allow me to have a more hands-on experience with having the official power to make decisions, all while assisting who better than my fellow peers. I yield. Thank you.
And it's Hashimi.
Hashmi.
Hashmi.
Yes.
Hashmi.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, we are now in questioning. Duke.
Hey, thank you for coming. That was an excellent speech.
I know you mentioned that you wanted to join SBA GAP and Women's Caucus as well as the APA Caucus or the committee. Yeah, Caucus. Is there any like specific initiatives that you're looking at doing, or do you have any ideas of what you would want to do when you first get in?
As of right now, I do not, but I would love to play a role in those committees and caucuses, and then take it from there.
Acosta.
Probably gonna butcher this. Hello, Ms. Hashimi. Thank you for coming out and giving us a wonderful speech. You mentioned that you are having a dual major plus a minor, and you really want to get involved in Senate. Well, I really appreciate that. I just want to know how much are you going to really commit to Senate with already having a lot on your academic plate, and if that won't really be too much trouble for you while you try to really put more initiatives here in the Senate board.
Well, I don't think I will have any trouble. If anything, I will be arranging my schedule accordingly to be able to show up to Senate meetings and play a part in Senate.
Temple, then Yamanchili.
I'm going to improvise a little bit here. So, Ms. Hashmi, good evening. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right. Sorry. Okay. So you said that you wanted to join the GAP committee, which very excited about, should you be approved. Of course, regarding policy and the current state of political affairs, we all know that things get very heated, especially with the amount of partisan rhetoric that is going across. So how can you ensure that you will remain nonpartisan, which is a key tenet to the GAP committee in its operations? And how are you able to set aside any potential political biases you may have in order to best address the needs of the students?
Well, if need be, I will be abstaining with certain issues if necessary. And to remain objective, I will be focusing on doing what is best for my constituents.
Yamanchili.
So I was going to ask a similar question. GAP does a variety of things, most importantly, building the advocacy agenda for Day at the Capitol. And so for something like that, what issues would you be most interested in working on?
That is a great question. Well, I actually do not have an answer for you right now, but thank you.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion? Lazo?
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Lazo, Yamanchili, Temple, and then.
As a fellow Her Campus sister and writer, and as somebody who is also pursuing a double major, I'm so excited to see what this nominee can bring to the table, what they bring to the Student Senate. I just for that, and I will be gladly voting in favor for them.
All right, Yamanchili.
So I'll be voting in favor too. Ms. Hashimi was specific in what she wanted to do in student government, that being SBA, GAP, Women's Caucus, I believe API Caucus as well. All of those organizations do really good work. I think she has important perspectives that will contribute well to Senate. I say that as somebody who is a little interested in philosophy myself. And so I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
Who did I say? Temple?
Right, so I will also be voting in favor of the candidate. I see in this individual a very unique perspective in the sense that she gets the broader picture of things, but due to the fact that she is studying so many different things at once, which credit to you, I would probably never do that without having my brain explode. But with that, yes, I would love to have her in this body, not only as another additional member to GAP, but also to provide that additional voice that would better the experience and the welfare of students as a whole, given that she now goes through two different. In any case, I will be voting in favor of the candidate. That is all.
Chair Warren.
I can feel the passion and the ambition for the Senate from all the way over here, and I bet you guys can feel it from over there. I love how you spoke about how one of your priorities is student outreach. Senate isn't just about pushing for what you believe in, but it's also pushing for what the students believe in and how you can reach them. So I will be voting in favor. I love this candidate already, and they look very good in the seat right there. So
there's been already like 4 in affirmation. So are there any negation? All right, not motion. Kanal.
Motion to move to voting procedures.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Is that the vote? Oh, I was like, it didn't come that quickly. With a vote count of 32 to 1, congratulations, Senator Hashmi. We are going to skip not Jonathan Paletta, but the other Jonathan, because they're not here. Is Christopher Federico here? I recognized you. Perfect. All right. And did I pronounce your last name correctly? Federico? All right, Mr. Federico, you have 3 minutes when you are ready.
Good evening, Senators. I'm here today to convince you all that I'm deserving of a seat here in the Charge-On Chamber. My name is Chris Federico. I'm a political science major in my first year here at UCF, and I am passionate about politics. Now, when I say that, some people tend to get turned off. They think I want to debate them or try and tell them why their ideas are wrong. In fact, that couldn't be farther from the truth. My passion for politics isn't necessarily a debate or argument, but embedded in people and results. My version of politics sees a world in which officials have progressive conversations rather than diminishing debates. This philosophy is what brings me here today. I'm tired of hearing time and time again that people in this world feel as if they aren't being represented. Coming to UCF and seeing the amazing work that the student government and the Senate in particular is doing is inspiring, and it's something that I have found deep respect and longing to be a part of. Back in June 2022, during my time at Boise State in Tallahassee, I experienced participating in the creation of legislation for the very first time, and I was hooked. I've always wanted to make a difference, and I had finally found a way to do it. Being front and center to the creation of the very rules that govern our way of life here at UCF is a great honor and something I will hold with the deepest respect and integrity. Having been an entrepreneur and involved with musical theater most of my life, I know how to think outside of the box. I'm not afraid to say what needs to be said for the benefit of the students of the College of Sciences and UCF as a whole. Sometimes creative solutions are called for, and I'm not afraid to find or even acknowledge them. I've also found it takes more courage to compromise than to simply argue back. And I have that courage. Having worked for the U.S. government in an embassy overseas, I experienced diplomacy firsthand and am dedicated to carrying those diplomatic skills into conversations here in this chamber. Being exposed to an entirely new culture and becoming fully immersed for years of my life really taught me the importance of having and maintaining a global perspective. Respect, ambition, and passion are things all students should experience, and is ultimately why I'm here today. Not just to satisfy personal ambitions, but to provide a voice for those who must be listened to. It is the students who keep UCF so great, and it is pertinent that we keep it that way. Thank you, and I yield the rest of your time.
We are now in line for questioning. Lacasse, and then Temple.
2, if I may.
You may.
First one. Okay, you mentioned musical theater, so I have to ask, what's your favorite musical? All right. Second one. Who is like your ideal leader? Who do you like aspire to see yourself as?
Yeah, so it's actually somebody that I know personally. It's actually the current U.S. ambassador to Barbados. She's a huge inspiration to me. I met her when I lived over there, and I think the way she leads and the way she's able to, remain nonpartisan in a job that requires that is it's really honorable, and her ability to, appeal to people of a country that may not understand kind of the country that she's coming from, So it's just it's really interesting to see somebody who's able to appeal, and I really appreciate that.
Temple,
Two, if I may.
you may.
So, good evening, Mr. Federico. Is it? All right. Actually, may I ask 3 questions, Madam Speaker?
Mhm.
All right. So my first question is, what U.S. embassy did you serve in?
British and Barbados.
Ooh, interesting. I'll be asking about that later. My second question is, what committees do you wish to serve on in the Student Body Senate?
Yeah. So I was interested in governmental affairs and policy committee, and then elections and appointments. I just think that'd be super fun. And then was that a question? Yeah.
So regarding your, I suppose, this is going to be worded weirdly, but due to your adherence to nonpartisanship, how do you ensure that students on both sides of the political spectrum are heard?
I just think, it all has to do with taking a step back and realizing that you guys, we are here for one goal, and that is to make the campus and the school a better place. And I think that, if you take a step back and you think about it, and you really take the time to listen to people on the other side, and that's, one of the biggest things I've learned in trying to remain nonpartisan in situations where I'm supposed to be, is that it's just you need to hear the other side before you say anything.
Any other questions? Holman?
Do you plan on joining any caucuses?
Yeah, so I have interest in the Disability Caucus and the LGBT caucus.
Any other questions? Hamid?
I have 2,
You may.
if I may. First one, we just talked about caucuses. Sorry if you already said this, but what committees are you interested in joining?
It was the Elections and Appointments Committee, and then the Governmental Affairs and Policy.
Can I ask my second question?
Mhm.
A lot of your goals that you have are things that SBA is currently working on. I'm not saying that you should join. I'm biased in that. But how would you plan to work on those outside of committee if you choose not to join?
So obviously just obviously I'm open. I'm new to Senate, so I'm open to kind of figuring out what committees I fit best in, and kind of figuring out the best avenue to be able to kind of pursue the initiatives that I really do want to pursue, and obviously the initiatives that the students of the College of Sciences are interested in seeing. I think I'm coming in with more of an open mind, so nothing set in stone, but just kind of weighing my options and kind of not seeing what happens, but just being rational.
Any other? Oh, well, questioning has now elapsed. Are there any other? Is there a motion or Temple?
I see no further questions. Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Sandlin Yamachili Temple.
I think this candidate seems very passionate about the work they're going to be doing in Senate, and they are bringing an energy to this room right now that I think is necessary to being an effective senator. And I also developed sort of a soft spot for this candidate in his speech because I also dabbled in musical theater before Senate, and it's fascinating how common this pipeline is. And you know what? It must continue. So I will be voting to approve this candidate.
Duke?
Yeah, I will be voting in favor. I see a lot of potential in this candidate, and I would like to see more people in the Disability Caucus, and I think you'd be amazing.
Oh, I said Temple, yeah.
I'll yield the chair to your chair, Yamachili.
Thank you. So I think Mr. Federico is a great candidate. He has a lot of passion in politics and policy, which is really cool. I also like that you served at the U.S. Embassy in Barbados as someone who's trying to join the State Department's Foreign Service. Myself, it's pretty cool out there. And lastly, I believe that Mr. Federico is a very compassionate individual. He said he has interest in the disability and LGBTQ plus caucuses, so he cares about marginalized communities and those who are typically not listened to in society, and that is a really good trait to have. Otherwise, he is really experienced and has the qualifications to speak on a variety of matters, ranging from foreign policy and diplomacy to music, to, I would assume, national and state politics. And so he would be a really cool person to have in Senate. And so I will be voting in favor of confirming him. And I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
Motion to move to voting procedures.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 36 to 0 to 1, congratulations, Senator Federico. Right. All right. Next up, we have Jonathan Polera for Senator of Community Innovation and Education. Campbell?
Motion for 10-minute recess, please.
After we see this candidate, because I already introduced them. So I'll see your, is that okay if I see your motion after this since I introduced them already? Okay. Go ahead. When you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. My name is Jonathan Polera, and I am currently a junior majoring in legal studies. I stand before all of you here today so that you may consider me for Senate Position 2 for CCIE. I want to start off by thanking all of you for being here today and for everything you've done for your constituents. With total enrollment just over 70,000 students, ensuring that everyone's voices are heard is no easy task. However, I believe it to be of the utmost importance. A little bit onto my background. In high school, I was given the ability to volunteer as a jury member, defense attorney, and prosecutor for Seminole County's teen court program. I was actively working towards improving the behavior of troubled youth and lowering the crime of our community. The vast majority of teens that went through teen court did not reoffend. This program allowed for troubled youth to be given a second chance and learn from their mistakes. Through the help of help classes and volunteer hours, I was able to advocate for others and ensure that these kids got the help they needed to become successful. I've also worked as a student assistant for the Dean's Office of CCIE on both main and downtown campus. I started working there in the spring of 22 and stayed there until spring of 23. And in this position and in my current position of student assistant of the president's office at UCF, I was many times the first face several students, staff, administrators, and guests saw. I made sure to represent the university and the department to the best of my ability every day. I stopped working there once I started my Legislative Scholars internship. This internship allowed me to live in Tallahassee for a little over 3 months and meet some wonderful people on top of learning the legislative process. I was assigned 2 representatives, and I saw firsthand the hard work it took to become an elected official. It instilled in me a level of service. Many of these senators and representatives may disagree on a lot of policy and procedure. However, they all respected one another. They all have a strong desire to represent and better their communities to the best of their ability. This opportunity that UCF gave me was a big factor in me applying for seat number 2 today.
30 seconds.
These opportunities and many more are the reason I'm inspired to give back to the university and community that have helped shape me into who I am today. I feel the background I have makes me a strong candidate for seat number 2 of CCIE. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Great. We are now in line for questioning. We'll go Richmond, Kringle, Dallas.
As the CCIED meeting is Thursday, what are some initiatives that you are interested in for your college?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So I think one of the biggest initiatives I have for the university is because our college is unique in the way that it has majors that pertain to both main campus and downtown campus. I think the biggest initiative I would aim to execute would be ensuring that the gap between main campus and downtown campus is bridged. One of the biggest ways to do that, I think, would be raising awareness through the shuttle systems and also bringing opportunities for Maine, ensuring that downtown students are aware of these opportunities as well. Yes.
As required by Senate rules, you are required to join one committee. Have you looked into any? Are you interested in any?
Yes. As of right now, I'm interested in joining LJR and GAP.
Dallas. Oh, okay. Temple, you had a question? Nope. Don't. D-Leg?
You stated that you participated in teen court. I was also somebody who participated in teen court when I was in high school in Orange County. So I just kind of wanted to see, like, how's your experience and what did you learn from that experience that would help you in Senate as well?
Of course. Thank you, Senator, for that question. I think one of the biggest things I learned early on was how to be impartial was the word I was looking for. How to be impartial. I also learned the importance of ensuring that the people in your community learn from the mistakes that they make. I'm a big believer that everybody can learn from from mistakes that they've made in the past. So I think it was a big learning opportunity, and it was a big way for me to get a sense of, in my community, everybody, not just people that went to my school when I was there, but also different people in my county as well. So it was a good opportunity for me to, it was a good opportunity to me to learn about my passion for law.
Lucas.
As you know, you said you're a legal studies major. Is there any particular like icon in the legal field that you aspire to emulate?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I'll be honest with you. I haven't given that much thought. There's not specifically somebody in the legal field that I try to be. I think that people that I do try to be, a good example of that would be my older brother who graduated in last spring at UCF. He graduated with a 4.0 in biomedical studies. I know that it doesn't pertain to law, but I just think that the work ethic that he had really instilled in me that to try my hardest in everything I do and ensure that I'm putting in the hours for everything that I commit to.
Campbell?
I wanted to ask about the representatives you worked under for the Legislative Scholars Internship. What were those two representatives, and what were your experiences like under them?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. The two representatives that I worked for were Representative Burfield and Representative Roach. My experiences with both of these representatives were very good. I went into this internship not knowing much about the legislative process and not really having an idea of a political world and all the aspects that pertain to that. So under their wing, I was able to learn not only about the process, but what it is like to be an elected official and the hard work that goes into it.
Before I proceed to the next question, Campbell, can you repeat what question you asked?
Yes, I wanted to ask. So I was asking what two representatives he worked under for his Legislative Scholars Internship that he mentioned in ENA, and what were his experiences like working under those two representatives?
Okay. I just want, and when I say this, it's not because I think you're going to use it, because I think I understand why you asked those questions. But let's just, when it comes to political about representatives that we work for, let's make sure that we are not, when it comes to debate, that we're not using their political affiliations against them. Thank you. Who else do we have? Duke.
Hey
Hey, thank you for your speech. It was lovely. So there's a lot of people in this room with a lot of different beliefs, and sometimes things get very heated. How do you plan on recognizing your own bias and like not making sure that you're looking at things objectively when we tackle legislation and just various things throughout Senate that we have to be objective for?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I think that's a great question. So I want to go back to my experience both in teen court and in the Legislative Scholars Internship. Both of these experiences, one was before I was admitted into UCF and one was after I was admitted into UCF. Both of these opportunities that I was given enabled me to ensure that I would that I would be impartial. So I think that gives me a good working background of being impartial. I think also because I value the opinions of my constituents over my own opinions, I think that regardless of what I believe, my constituents' beliefs go over my own. So I think that that's a great mindset going into this position. And yeah.
Make sure we're on track. Okay. Questioning has now elapsed unless someone would like to extend it or make a motion. Daedalus? Would you not? I mean, well, yeah, motion or extending. Sorry. go ahead.
Motion to extend it for 2 more minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning for 2 more minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're
I
not-
object.
Oh, who said that? Oh, you withdraw.
I guess.
Why are you objecting?
It's just
What's your motion? I guess. Yeah.
move to debate.
So you withdraw. Yeah. Yeah. No.
I guess.
Okay. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
So now we will be going into pro con. Pro the objection, which is Chair Campbell. Con is the motion to go to debate. Objection. Would you like to use your minute to explain why you wanted to object to that?
Yeah, I just had one question to ask, and I saw that a couple other people had questions. I don't know. I wanted to just let other senators have their time to answer the questions.
Okay.
And preferably, I would also like to ask my question as well. And 2 minutes isn't a lot in the span of just everything else we have going on.
Carter, your minute.
My reason was just time reasons. We've spent a lot of time in Senate, as much as I would like to give a lot of time to candidates. We've just spent a lot of time within the chamber, and it is, even though we're all sitting, it is taxing. And I believe that we should continue with what we're doing rather than extending.
All right. We're gonna go vote. Pro the objection is pro Campbell. Pro yes is pro the objection, which is Campbell. No is for Carter, which is moving to debate. Voting will be up soon. Huh? Pro is Campbell. Yeah. Pro is Campbell. Pro, which is yes, is Campbell. No, which is con, is Carter. Okay, with a vote count of 16 to 20 to 2, the original motion stands. So we will be now moving into debate. Temple.
May I just clarify something to Chair Campbell?
Yes.
So even though we are currently in debate, you are still able to ask your question if you direct it only to the individual, if that's my understanding.
Mm-hmm. So you can I direct a question to the individual, and I may or may not allow you. If you believe it's pressing during debate. Okay, thank you for that. Now we are now in debate. I will go Samilo, Daedalus, and then Polita.
I will be speaking in favor of this candidate. Not only is he very fitted in the double green, which I love, but he also seems very educated and well-rounded for being a good voice here in Senate. So I will be speaking in favor, and I hope you all do the same.
Daedalus?
I'll be speaking in favor of the whole unit of CCIE and Aiden, who is not physically here. We see a lot of potential in you. We love the fact that you are a legal studies major, which represents the uniqueness of CCIE. So we're proud to have you, honestly.
Valera?
All right, so for those of you who don't know, this is my twin brother here. I'm obviously going to be abstaining, but I encourage you guys to vote in favor. He's just the sweetest. He cares so much about students. He's literally been trying for years to get into student government just to serve the student body. I think that his experience working for the CCI dean, along with the legislative scholars experience, is going to be beneficial to serve as a senator. I think that through his unique experience, he has a lot of leadership skills and skills that will translate well into Senate. I could go on and on about how much I love this kid. He's my best friend, but I'm going to leave it at that. I urge you all to vote in favor.
All right. I almost said Pullman. Richmond, and now
he had a good response to the D meeting. A lot of people don't have a response, and he had one, and it was actually, I agree. So I'll be voting in favor.
Anyone else in debate? Unless,
Motion to move to voting procedures.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 29 to 1 to 6, congratulations, Senator Paleta.
Thank you.
Might I say Paleta squared, because, had to crack that in. Okay, Campbell, your motion.
Motion for a 10-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 10-minute recess. Are there any objections? Donahue?
We have one confirmation left, and then we can get back to regularly scheduled business. Would it be possible to do the last confirmation and then go into the recess?
Do you withdraw?
Fine.
Thank you. We are continuing. Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak?
So moved.
Well, Senator, sorry.
I just want to say the Legislative Scholars Program, you don't always get paired with who you want to. It depends on the class and also depends on the class of legislators. So just keep that in mind. One, you can't judge political affiliations. And that is I feel like whoever you get paired with is on a basis of trust with UCF's administration, whoever they put you with, because they're also lobbying with you. So being impartial is really important for that internship, and you don't always get where you want, but that's completely random. So I just want to clarify that the Legislative Scholars internship doesn't reflect anything like that, just to be clear.
And I wanted to clarify to everyone that Chair Campbell was not asking based off of, it was more of like curiosity, I'm pretty sure, unless you want to correct me. Yes, I did. With that, we will be another one. Campbell?
Oh, we're just going to clarify,
Yeah.
like you were mentioning. No, I was just curious who he worked under. One of my brother's friends back when he did this, he did a similar program. I can't remember the representatives' names, but I knew that it was something that existed. So I wanted to know who he worked under.
All right, next up, another one. Yeah, we already made the motion.
I just wanted to be clear on that because me, Brooke, Gabby, and John were all in the same class for legislative scholars. So if any more want to come into Senate or whatever, I just want to let you guys know that program isn't dependent on political beliefs. That's it.
Okay, we will now see Michael Caucus for Senator for the College of Sciences. Sorry, gotta crack my back. Okay. You have 3 minutes when you're ready, Mr. Costas.
Thank you. I forgot how awkward that runway was. Our great challenge is to muster the courage to face oppression with integrity, to face deception with honesty, to face insult with decency, and to face brute force with courage. Those words were said by an inspiration of mine, Cornel West. When I served in the Student Body Senate in the 53rd and 54th sessions, that is what I tried to do, and in many cases, I succeeded. My name is Michael Costas. I'm a fifth-year senior, double majoring in political science and sociology, and I am committed to making our campus a better place for everyone. During my 2 years in student government, in the Senate in particular, I served as the vice chair of the Women's Caucus, organizing a women's empowerment conference and a women's networking brunch. I also authored a bill advocating for reproductive rights for UCF students that was sent directly to our legislators. I facilitated a town hall with the University Police Department and other safety branches to ensure students' concerns were heard directly, fostering open dialogues within our university community. I proudly served on the GAP committee, working alongside the fabulous, phenomenal, remarkable, amazing Chair Temple. We championed student interests that day at the Capitol and fought for equitable rights for our fellow Knights. I bridged the gap between student government and the Florida Prison Education Project, advocating for formerly incarcerated students at UCF and currently incarcerated students at UCF, and brought in a mentor, Jason Franczek, who now teaches art to incarcerated Floridians, to talk about the benefits of the Florida Prison Education Project. My most significant accomplishment was bringing recycling systems to College Station and Campus Crossings. I don't know if anybody lives there, but I did that in collaboration with the Orange County Environmental Protection Division and Amy Cravan to make recycling more accessible. And now thousands of students can recycle for years to come due to powers that I utilize within student government. These accomplishments shape my vision for the future. I aim to make our campus safer and more accessible for women and all other marginalized communities, continue promoting student interests, raise awareness about mass incarceration, expand recycling to all UCF housing partners in the area, and I also plan to increase funding for CAPS as best I can and make Election Day an unexcused absence for students. The Student Body Senate holds a lot of power, which is a finite resource, and I'm here to use that power to create a better world for our community, friends, and families. With your support, a better world is not just possible, it is guaranteed. Thank you.
We are now questioning Samilo Donahue Temple.
Hi, thank you for coming. Excuse my voice, it's slowly decaying. So while you have a seat here, if we choose to, for the rest of the session, what is your biggest initiative that you've stated?
Probably maximizing on the momentum of that recycling initiative and going to the other complexes and saying, these two partners of UCF's housing started recycling. Will you guys follow suit? It also is mandated under the Orange County Municipal Code. So they're supposed to recycle technically. And so building off of that, I think a lot of complexes can start recycling and thousands of students will be able to continue doing that.
Okay. What did I say? Donahue, yeah.
I know that you've worked with Florida Prison Education Project. Are there any initiatives you're looking to sponsor in student government if you are to be appointed and confirmed tonight in regards to FPAP?
Well, we're working on making it an RSO, so if they come in, I'll have to abstain, but, you know, helping them get funding to go travel to conferences and host events here with speakers.
Oh, you don't have a question? Borges?
Are you interested in joining the fiscal committee?
No, but I am very interested in joining GAP, and if GAP is full, then SBA.
Samilo?
You have a lot of fiscal knowledge. Are you sure? Like 1,000%, because you are spitting some CRT lingo, and I'm really loving it.
I'll think about it.
Don't peer pressure this man. Hamid Temple.
So since you are double majoring, and I'm assuming you probably have outside commitments, how will you ensure that you are able to manage your time properly?
That's a very good question. The good thing about Senate is that it's usually on Thursdays and committees are about an hour and a half a week. And so depending on the times of those committees, I can rearrange my schedule to attend those committees, and I have no time commitments on Thursdays past 7 o'clock. So I'll be available whenever I'm needed.
Who did I say? Is it Temple, right?
May I make a motion?
Yami Chili has her hand up, so no.
Never mind then.
Yami Chili.
So, Mr. Costas, what can you do to make sure that Senate remains a safe space for people of all backgrounds, and that we continue to be an activist voice for the voiceless?
I'd hope currently that Senate is a safe space for people of all backgrounds, but to maintain that, it's just about speaking up when you need to speak up and calling out things that shouldn't be happening. That's really what matters the most. And listening to the students on all types of issues that affect them, including things like attacks on education or different things that are occurring on campus. There are so many things happening, and it's hard to represent everyone, but if we all do our jobs, we can listen to them and bring their interests here. And that's really what it's about.
D-Leg.
You stated that you were part of the 53rd session, the 54th session. Is there a reason why you didn't immediately run again for the 55th session instead of coming here now to be appointed?
I was running for another position with that guy.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Is there any other hands? No? Okay. Temple.
Seeing no further hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're not there. You started. Thank you. Carter, Borges. It's hard. Duke. Oh, yeah.
I'll be voting in favor of this candidate. This candidate has extensive experience in city government as well as within the community. And based off their initiatives, they will bring a good perspective and thought to this body that we need.
Borges?
Yeah, I looked up to this candidate when I first joined student government through SGLC and even becoming a senator. And I don't know, I can't even put into words how important it is that he's back and how much work we're going to do now that he's back, and good work. And I'll be voting in favor.
Duke.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to be voting very much in favor. Michael is an excellent organizer. He was one of the most active senators, in my opinion, in the previous session. I came in like halfway through, and he was someone I consistently looked up to, and he's just accomplished so much. And I think having him back would be a great addition to the Senate.
Temple.
What words can I have for Mr. Costas here? Like, I've been with this man since the very beginning of it all, since the 53rd session. I have seen him be appointed for the first time, and I have seen him grow in not only his senatorial capacity, but also in GAP. And there is truly like no other person like him. Like, everything that you said about me, complete bunk. You should be saying that to yourself, mate. Like, seriously, you are just an amazing individual, an amazing senator in your own right. And I am very happy that you will be coming back into this body, should the body, of course, accept this. But with that, though, I will encourage you all to vote in favor of this candidate. I cannot wait to see him back in his position.
Yamachuli.
So, Michael Costas is one of the greatest people I have ever met in my life. And I'm not joking when I say that. He is someone of boundless compassion who listens to those who typically don't have a voice. He understands the problems that society faces, knows of the solutions to fix them. He has a track record of success. We say that much of what Senate can do can sometimes be performative, but he pushed together with many other senators as well, a recycling initiative. And that recycling initiative actually worked. There are now off-campus housing complexes that are now doing recycling that did not do so before. And that is a huge accomplishment that does help the environmental status of our university and the area around it. And so once again, I would like to repeat, Michael Costas is a really great man, a man of boundless compassion, knows solutions, identifies problems, and he is very good at what he does. And so I will be voting in favor, and I encourage all of you to do the same as well. Thank you.
All right. With the overwhelming response of affirmation, are there any in opposition? Seeing none, Kanal.
Motion to move to voting procedures.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 31 to 1 to 6, congratulations, Senator Costas. Campbell?
Motion for 10-minute recess.
There's been a motion for a 10-minute recess. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I hereby recess this body at 10:06. Oh, pause, because I didn't even. We will. After. Yeah. Hold your horses. Now I lost my train of thought. I hereby. Let me make sure. Okay. I hereby recess this body at 10:18 p.m. to reconvene at 10:28 p.m. I can't do that.
Oh, you're sorry. I got so bad. Did my first two bites are big?
They got him. That voice.
Okay, cool. I didn't miss it. I got paranoid.
I don't get like all my sweat. But the thing is, after I cut my hair, I went to Starbucks and like I felt like Oh my God. It's like the opposite, like it's cold over here now. it was like It's okay, let me tell you something new. I remember. What? I feel like you look at my outfit. Aaliyah, you can't keep on dressing. You can't keep on dressing. I cannot keep on giving you the I want to be in the top 4. Oh my God. The outfits are so
Next time I'm just gonna wear my prom dress if I don't like it today. Now I'm feeling offended.
In my mind,
You can get first place to my new place. Person. She looked good too. Yeah.
there's people that look good.
I was so last year too.
You don't have a cultural fit.
Let's go first. Okay, yeah, you can give me that because it looked good. Honorable mention, you give me that.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, Haley's like, bro, it's so good.
I don't know what it is.
No, don't think volleyball.
I just want to message Traeger like gun me.
I like, hope he's doing shoes on the one.
I wanted to. She wants to Traeger.
People be walking the
Exactly. It's Tuesday. In like 3 weeks. 3 weeks and I'm free.
You cannot keep on dressing up. Oh, am I gonna get these?
I was like, no, let me put in Preston, you know, just that came in a button down, dress pants,
floral shirt,
slacks, and the dress shoes. You saw the shoes?
I literally was gonna make a comment like, a man that dresses in floral shirts every day. I'm gonna come red.
Exactly.
He's so funny. I love Preston. He can put his face during our meeting. It's so funny.
I'm scared.
I was asking, don't talk about it anymore, because like, the people making a decision,
Oh no! They're really giving me a run for my money today. I don't like it. You say name. That's my first name.
There was this over here, and like it's dropped out before you. He's here. I was sad. Tomorrow, I'll break the bed. Wake up. It's too late. Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
I'm not scared.
It's like 10:30 already. We actually made good time. We rushed through this conversation. Oh my God, that's crazy.
Okay, close my sisters in here. Join us.
Stretch, baby. These are our champions of men. Roll it out. And then we can talk to our I don't know. It's not a piece of code or anything. Someone could just watch it when they get home. I don't mind though.
My new senators, please. I don't think they have automatic access to the team. So if you have someone like next to you that has the agenda open, yeah, just follow that. But you should be getting access to teams from Brody, who's back there. If you don't know him already, he's our advisor for student government. So we're going to continue. We had just finished with our confirmation. So Temple.
A question for you. Don't you need to?
Oh yes, my apologies. I was speaking off record. But I mean, it doesn't really matter because I didn't say any business. But yeah, that's fine. Or if you want a team, no, they don't have teams open like that. Okay, I hereby reconvene this body at 10:32 p.m. My time on my computer is not correct, so if I do pause, it's because I'm looking at my phone for that. All right, now, Temple.
A question for you. Should the new senators be declared present and voting? Right.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you. Senator Caucus.
Present and voting.
So noted at 10:32 p.m. Senator Federico.
Present and voting.
So noted at 10:32 p.m. Senator I did Caucus already. Senator Polera squared.
Present in accounting.
So noted at 10:32 p.m. I was talking joke. You'll be Senator Polera from now on. We do a squared thing in here. All right. Is there anyone that I missed? Hashmi.
Yes, it's Hashmi.
Or Hashmi. Yes.
Present.
Present and voting.
Present and voting.
So noted at 10:31 p.m. Please repeat your last name for me. I will literally repeat it over and over until I get it correct.
Hashmi.
Hashmi.
Yes.
Hashmi. Got it. Thank you. I literally wrote the pronunciation on my computer too. Got it. Okay. Where were we? Samilo.
Motion to return back to where we stopped in the agenda.
Which was?
We were at Fiscal Committee Caucus time.
Yes. So FAO has requested to meet for 5 minutes here in this chamber. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Y'all had to sit back down here. I hereby recess Senate at 10:34 to return at 10:39 p.m. You put me in a tough spot. You put me in a tough spot.
I am, bruh. Calm down. Everyone's. Yeah, just say you hate me, guys. Like at this point, it's short and sweet. Are you guys ready? Are you ready, committee? Are you ready, my committee?
Yes, right now.
I'm literally gonna cry. You can sit there. Okay. I call this meeting to order at 10:35 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum by Vice Chair Carter.
Oh, there. Bro, I'm sorry. I was looking for what street I did.
Okay, perfect. She's the pro temp, yeah. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Are there any objections? Approved by general consent. Open forum, none. Announcements from chair. Hey y'all, we have a few things to receive from last meeting. Okay, are there any questions for me? None. Announcements from vice chair. None. Announcements from committee members. None. Old business. Okay, so 5:32. We saw this last meeting on Monday. It's the one for the Young Investors Club where they were requesting 2 books. So we pass it as promotional materials. We can't do that. And basically, we're going to have to re-see it to pass it as an event. So can I ask you a question?
As the chair,
Okay.
I'm not a committee member right now, but
Wait, so can I say motion for a non-committee member to speak? Tyler, can I ask you, so how would I go about this?
yeah, so I don't think you need to change much, just the category from promo items to an event allocation. Since they're holding a GBM, I believe you were submitted a reservation anyway for that GBM, so that would cover that requirement. And then I don't think the cost has to change at all because you guys it wasn't above the promo item maximum anyway, I don't believe, so.
Perfect. So yeah, basically you guys already know what this is for. And for those who don't, it's to get books for a GBM for the Young Investors Club, but we're changing it to an event instead of promotional materials because it has no artwork. So is there a motion to vote? Perfect. Please raise your hand if you're okay with changing this promotional item to an event. Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. Please raise your hand. Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 8-0 to 1, this has been changed to an event. And the only thing I have else on here is 5530. I'm just saying to you guys that it's being re-seen, and I'm not putting it I'm not reading it up to the Senate today. It's being re-seen because I asked for it to be re-seen because I want to change the price that they're requesting. So that's it. New business, none. Member discussion, none. Miscellaneous business, none. Is there a motion?
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? If none, take it away. Yippee! I adjourned this meeting at 10:39. Yay!
I said it should have been an event. I said it should have been an event.
I said it first though. I said it first. I wasn't there. Yeah, you weren't. So, and then Sammy convinced me. I trusted last year's student government. I believe last year was one choice. Sammy's a good man. It was an issue in the past. The past DUI, I believe, in the chair, we both in disagreement, but then I looked and I went, hey guys, it has to be that alley doesn't have the SC logo. Yeah, they promo thing.
They submitted that thing though.
Yeah, they are someone that we would probably be saying so this was last year. I had the attending event. That's what they were talking about. I had to go there and attend it. There was too many concerns. They wouldn't give me books. They said you pay members only. So they were very close to me.
No, it's a Jewish lesson.
I was lying about it because I had 500 years.
Hey, Robert. That's your next gift.
Excuse me?
I hereby reconvene this body at 10:40 p.m. Internal committee reports. ENA, do you have Do you have a report?
Yeah, I can't edit the agenda, but I'll keep it short, guys. ENA's on Wednesdays at 11. It's hybrid. I'll keep sending the Zoom link to the main chat. And thank you guys for so much active debate today with a lot of nominees. I know it was a lot to get through, but I'm very happy how it went, and I'm proud of all of you. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just typing what she said. Are there any questions for Chair Kanal? Seeing none, Camilla?
You skipped fiscal committee reports.
I did.
It's like after fiscal committee caucus time. And you just
Oh, you know what I did? You want to know what I did? I put it in internal. So I went off of that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I skipped that. And I noted it in internal. Yeah, so sorry, Reese. It already happened, but is there a motion? Okay, we were already there. Okay, so fiscal committee report, CRT, Chair Samillo.
All right. Hey, guys. Sorry for making y'all hear this all again, but in committee on 10-2 new business, we approved allocations 55, 159, 173, 174, 175, 176, 177, 178, 180, 181, 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188, 189, 191, 193, 194, 195, 96, 97, 98, 99, 200, 201, 202, 203, 204, 205, 206, 207, 208, 209. Pending approval is 55, 150, 172. We PPI'd 5, 170. With that, we approved 36 allocations, 0 fiscal bills, 0 postponed allocations, 1 PPI'd allocation, 0 denied allocations. I also want to thank Tyler for coming to CRT and speaking majority of the time, as it was mostly just me and Adam and him, and Adam was writing his minutes and I can't really speak much, but we did our thing. We slayed. So thank you, Tyler. All the love to you.
Are there any questions for CRT Chair Samillo? Temple.
Just a quick question to any of the members from CRT, or probably the chair. Why is 55-172 pending approval?
So that one was just recently an email was sent out to them that they are on fiscal probation. We already did approve them during CRT, however. So now I just place them into pending approval, because since we already approved them, we just have to re-see them after they're seen in ORS.
Are there any other questions for Chair Samillo? Seeing none, FAO Committee Chair Butler.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to caucus. We approved allocation 55, 26, 27, 28, 32, 33. We postponed 55, 31, 25, 29, and we approved Bill 55, 16.
Are there any questions for Chair Butler? Seeing none, ORS Committee Chair Borjas.
Hey guys, ORS is finally getting the second half of our business. We've had a ton. When the fiscal year ends, we kind of get really backed up. It's not fun. We do have a CRT rep position open, so if for some reason you want to sit on ORS and CRT, let me know. Most of you are probably not crazy though, so I probably won't expect any of that. But CRT is fun. I love going. I love helping Chair Samillo and Vice Chair Kringle. I said that right this time. I'll just read the important stuff because I don't have to do what Kylie does. We did sanction CRT 54-131 at 25%, and FAO 54-096 at 15%, FAO 54-125 at 25%, FAO 54-147 at 25%, and that's all my sanctions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Borjas? Seeing none, is there a motion to is there a motion to see internal committee reports?
So moved.
GAP Committee Chair Temple.
Good evening, folks. So in GAP, we had continued not only our research efforts for our legislative priorities, but we also tabled for the student priority survey on Wednesday. I want to credit, of course, the Pro Tem's office for allowing us to debate that initially. And then I also wanted to credit Vice Chair Polera, Gabby, Senators Vasquez and Richmond for moving forward with the creation of those amazing posters that students were able to interact with. We ended up getting 83 responses from that, although I'm sure Vice Chair Polera had said that at the special session yesterday, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse on that. In any case, we will continue our efforts for an additional week, those tabling efforts, I might add, as well as begin other initiatives as well, such as that with the Women's Caucus and helping them with their women's health fair. I've delegated a role in policy research to one of the committee members, that being Senator Duke. to collaborate with Chair Vaughan on that matter. Also, 5504, the resolution about the excused absences for election days, has now been, not finally, but sorry, it has now been signed and enacted by the Speaker and the pro tempore, and I will be sure to send this to those parties stated therein, including Vice Provost Theodora Berry, and I'll be working with President Greenaway to formalize a meeting time with the Vice Provost in order to move this initiative forward. Finally, Gak Martin and I will be meeting with Janet Owen and the Government Relations Office on next Monday and Wednesday, in order to ask about the legislative priorities administration has in order to align our agendas more closely with theirs and to create a joint effort with students and administration. So it's not like we are going to assume all student priorities, we're going to combine them. So just to clarify that for everybody. In order to get a better representation of what the university as a whole would want to advocate for, both students and administration. And finally, for my new senators, I usually have on this day facts, so to like, I don't know, for the heck of it. But I have two today. So in 1962, there were two firsts in terms of pop culture. The first James Bond movie based on the books, which is Dr. No, was released on this day. And the first Beatles song, Love Me Do, were both released in Britain for the first time. Gotta love them Merseysiders. That is all.
I am so happy that you get to meet with Janet Owens. I'm so happy. Honestly, I say this all the time, but our relationship with administration is just growing so much stronger, and I'm so proud of you all. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR Committee, Chair Yalman-Chili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to everyone who has not received a good morning yet. And hello, everyone. LJR met today at 3 o'clock to see about 9 absence requests. We approved 7, and we postponed 2. You can see the absence requests in my, announcement notes. I'm not going to list them all, but my This Day in History fact: on the 5th of October, 1997, so about 26 years ago, Dr. Kalpana Chawla became the first Indian woman to become an astronaut with NASA's space shuttle program. May she rest in peace. She was one of the people that perished in February 2003's space shuttle Columbia disaster, but she is regardless a hope for many people. And so that is my history fact, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Yalman-Chili? Seeing none, SBA Committee, Chair Hamid.
Hey everyone, I hope you're all doing well in the trenches of midterm still. So SBA was right before the special session, so this week we had a bit of a shorter meeting. This week we saw Proclamation 5506, which was passed in committee and during the special session. We also discussed future SBA tabling and some future event opportunities. I will be meeting with the ANSF chair on Monday to discuss the student concerns surrounding the budget. Also, Dean Case informed me that he got COVID, so I will be emailing him to help him find another Senate meeting so he can attend and speak during open forum. Also, it is a goal of mine to go to at least one meeting for every caucus if possible. If caucus chairs believe there's a specific meeting that I should attend to offer help from SBA, then please let me know. Also, please fill out the concern form and send it to your RSOs. I would really appreciate it. Also, for the legislating writing workshop that I mentioned last time, if you're interested, please fill out the form. It is for people who want to learn about how to write legislation or for people who want to teach. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys interacting with that.
Are there any questions for Chair Hamid? Seeing none, is there a motion to see internal legislation?
So moved.
Internal legislation on first reading, none. Internal legislation on third reading, is there a motion? Yalman-Chili.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, and 10-minute debate.
Give me one moment because I want to check something regarding the motions when things are on third reading. Just want to make sure that I'm doing it correctly. Okay, so Brody, I have a question, actually a clarifying question. When it says in Senate Rule 3303 time limit, okay, Okay, never mind. Got it. So for time limitation of debate is limited to 3 minutes for things on third reading. I just want to clarify. Yaman Chili?
Okay, can I amend my motion?
You may.
To 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 3-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Brody?
That's 3 minutes per person.
3 minutes per person. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I just want to make sure I was
person is
like,
limited to 3 minutes.
oh my gosh, have I been violating this? Okay, so do you want to stick with the original?
Sure.
And can you repeat what that is?
5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
Okay, there's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Bills, Internal Bill 5502, updates to Title 8, Appendix A, introduced by Chair Samillo. Chair Samillo, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hey. So we did see this during special session. I know that a lot of you guys weren't there, but this is Internal Bill 5502, updates to the title for Appendix A, which is the CRT appendix. Pretty much as the CRT chair, I've had a lot of students come up to me and ask to either revert the funds back from last year to what they were or raise caps for some of the other things, just so that these individuals as well as the RSOs can get more funding to spread UCF's name as well as network for themselves. So with that, we are trying to change the funding cap for RSO's competition trips from 2,000 to 2,500, as well as change the individual allocations to 250 to 300 for competitions, and then 200 to 250 for seminar networking. We do have a surplus of these kind of coming in, and students pretty much saying that they feel like there's not enough being given to them. And then this was not only talked about in CRT committee, but also during fiscal leadership. And then that's pretty much all I have. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Samillo? We just saw this yesterday, by the way. Juarez.
So sorry to not ask this sooner. Would you be willing to up seminar networking for RSOs from 1,500 to 2,000? That's what it was last year.
We did talk about it in committee, but since we are raising the individual price, and we already have funded a lot of people this year, we just figured that maybe that was a conversation for me to have in ANSF for the budget, like everything, to kind of say like, hey, like CRT would like to go back to kind of having more funds if we have that option. But right now, foreseeable future wise, we don't think we are going to raise it just because we're kind of close on like funds. So
are there any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Yaman Chili?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Lacasse, where did that come from? That jacket?
It's been here the whole time.
Oh, okay. Continue.
I was just going to say that, yeah, I think it's very reasonable to up these caps. I mean, our students do want to do a lot of things, and so it's good that we provide them with this opportunity. And so I think the fact that it's on third reading means it's probably good to go.
Yaman Chili?
Yeah, so it is always a good idea to reasonably ensure that RSOs and students can get as much money as they can get. I know we have less money to hand out this year, so I am confident that the increases in these spending caps have been done in a sustainable manner by the CRT committee, and so my bottom line is more money for RSOs is good, more money for students is also good, and I'll be voting in favor. Thank you.
Is there any other hands? Brown?
Yeah, I sit on the CRT committee, and I've definitely seen some RSOs come in that have requested funding for things like competitions and haven't been able to get the amount that they needed. So I think this is great to approve, and I'll be voting in favor.
Are there any? Temple?
Mayor Zing?
You may.
It does appear that this I see that the vote count is 28 to 2 to 0. So I do believe that the majority of the Senate does approve of this, and I approve of it as well because it does provide more funding to students, which is almost always a plus. So with that, I will move to vote on Internal Bill 5502.
There's been a motion to vote on Internal Bill 5502. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 39 to 0 to 1, Internal Bill 5502 passes on third reading. Resolutions. Resolution 5505 updates to Senate Rule 7, clarifying timeline for dean meeting excuses, introduced by Chair Yalamanchili. Chair Yalamanchili, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this resolution just changes one word in Senate Rule 7, specifically 7.07, Section E, Part I. And it essentially, current statute stipulates that if someone fails to show up to a dean meeting and does not give written notice to the ELA, the pro temp, and the LJR chair, then they need to submit an absence request for that dean meeting and come in to LJR, and LJR has to approve that absence within 10 days to prevent those senators from getting dismissed. Most, when you look at the statutes, when it specifies dates and timelines, it typically uses the terms academic days or business days. I would say business days is the more common term. But this basically excludes weekends and holidays. But with this particular statute, that was not the case. It just said 10 days. As a result, LJR had to have an emergency meeting on a Wednesday, even though we normally meet on Thursdays, because if we had met at our normal meeting time to see the dean meeting absence request, they would be out of timeline and those senators would have to be dismissed. So this bill gives LJR more leeway by excluding those weekend dates. Considering people do not work on weekends, it is not reasonable to include just a general specification of days instead of academic days in the statute. So it does help LJR, and it does help students who need their absence requests for dean meetings be seen by the committee. Thank you.
All right. Do you yield your time?
I yield back.
All right. We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Daedalus?
I just wanted to verify, when you say holidays, you mean national holidays or like UCF holidays?
So I believe there are multiple federal holidays that are not actually university holidays. Juneteenth being one of them, I believe. So when it comes to academic days, we would be referring to weekends and UCF holidays.
Kanal?
This is kind of more of a general question, but is it a technical if I just removed the that was in the last one?
I'll recognize it.
I was just also going to add to Vihan's answer, which was good. I just wanted to add one other thing. So academic days, like the best way to count it is just like the days that you're technically in school. So winter break and stuff like that are not considered.
Samila?
I was going to make a motion. Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Oh, was that? Oh, okay. Sorry. Y'all so quick. Y'all are quick with it. Temple.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to debate in favor of the legislation because it does appear that this is kind of one term kind of streamlines a very significant process for LJR, because I do remember that the emergency meetings LJR had to hold, it was I just through the grapevine, it did sound like it was chaotic to organize. So I am very glad to hear that the academic days stipulation is being added so we can streamline that process. So instead of, as the resolution states, not 1 but 2 LGR meetings can be considered for these absence requests, which it just makes sense to me. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Samila?
May I retain?
You may.
All right. So I'm gonna pretty much just say exactly what I said during the special session.
Continue.
And pretty much just say like this one word did cause a lot of confusion. So I'm very happy that this is something that we're putting into effect, changing from that to the next, even if it's just one tiny little word that can change a lot. So I will be voting in favor, and I recommend you all do the same.
Your motion?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5505. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Huh? I can see it up on here. Okay. Wow, unanimous. With a vote count of 40 to 0, Resolution 5505 passes on third reading. The record of finishing business is 11. Okay. Notice of legislation on second reading, none. Senate Forum, Chair Borges.
You guys can just read it. I won't have to read it.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak during Senate Forum? Samila?
I don't really actually know if this belongs in Senate Forum. It might. I don't really know. Anyways, I just wanted to thank you guys for realizing how important it is for the students to get as much funding as possible. I know that like, even if it's just $50 or $500, it doesn't really seem like a big deal to y'all, but it is a big deal to them, being able to fund that much. It's also a lot easier for the business office when somebody's requesting a lot of money and we can only cover a certain amount and getting that overage back. So I just want to thank you all so very much for voting in favor and say my like happy regards. Like, thank you, thank you, thank you. I also really don't know if this was supposed to be here, but yeah.
All right. Is there anyone else? Kanal?
I can't edit the agenda, so I'll make it quick here, but I do want to add to the comments that were made today about communication and the importance of that, and how when we don't put something to a direct face-to-face vote in a matter as, for lack of a better term, again, face-to-face as reinstating someone or not, I feel that is a lack of communication on our part, and that we should be cognizant of that when we hold someone who may or may not be allowed to rejoin this body to a separate standard than we do ourselves.
What was the last part?
Holding someone who may or may not rejoin this body to a separate communication standard than we do ourselves.
Oh, look, I'm a fast typer. No, it's okay. Brown?
So I read through what Borges wrote in the minutes or agenda, and just to echo a bit of what he wrote, I feel a bit disillusioned by the merit of this body after witnessing the debate pertaining to the Senate exec appeal. I feel like it was a bit discriminatory and honestly just kind of mean, especially after his clearly nervous body language was used against him in debate. And just to be vulnerable, I struggle a lot with anxiety and I always laugh when I'm nervous. So I just feel like if I had been up there and people were all debating, my actions and my character, I would have definitely probably reacted in a similar way or just been like crying. So I wish that comments like that had been shut down, especially because in the past we've seen senators shut down for debating or asking about anything remotely personal. So it just felt like kind of like Mean Girls where the plastics are like, you can't sit with us. And I just hope that as a body, we can work toward being more considerate, open-minded, and focused on what's best for the students instead of exclusivity, since I'm sure many of us claim to advocate for students above all else in our campaigns. And I just wanted to say kudos to Larson for his humility and persistence. And I'm sad that those admirable qualities weren't important enough to sway this body.
Donahue.
Adding on to what Brown, Cannot, and Borges said, I really do agree with the fact that we kind of made a mountain out of a molehill in regards to Senator Larson laughing while being up there. I've dealt with anxiety diagnosed since I was in elementary school, and it's a nervous tick. When you get up there, when you're afraid, it's something that happens, and we turned it against him. It's admirable that he was able to stand up there and take it without having so much more display. How do I rephrase that? More of a display of anxiety. And also I do commend Larson for showing up and taking all of this as he did before a large body such as this and on the live stream. That's all.
Yamachili.
So I would like to echo the sentiments of all the previous senators. It is very tough being up on that podium. Just as recent as 1.5 years ago, I had speaking issues. I was, stammering a lot. In fact, I still do. It's not as bad, but people struggle up there. It's not easy to be up in a body of, I would say, 45 something people for at least 45 minutes. And so I really have to commend Larson for being up there. And I also would like to say that it is very easy to take someone's nervousness and use their emotional reaction to call it unprofessional. I profoundly disagree with that assessment. It's easy to ride that moral high ground, but it is harder to try to experience this, or at least try to understand what experience the other person is going through. And I think we need more of that in this body. And so that is my I would say somber segment of Senate Forum. I do have something more exciting, however. The UNA, United Nations Association, is doing a Model UN conference centered around foreign affairs for high schoolers from the 17th of November to the 19th of November. And we are in desperate need of staffers. So if you love international affairs, please feel free to contact me. We have things like the World Tourism Organization, the UN Children's Fund, the Refugee Agency, and many more UN agencies, as well as some interesting topics such as One Piece and Cuban Missile Crisis committees as well. So if you are interested in that, and if you're interested in staffing that conference for these high schoolers, please feel free to hit me up. Thank you.
Hit me up's crazy. Lacasse, Kringle, Duke. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a question. You have a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you just repeat the date so I can write it down?
The 17th through the 19th of November.
You got it. Awesome. Lacasse, Kringle, Duke.
Thank you. My arm was starting to get tired. Just want to plug two things that I've been asked to share. First is the ongoing UAW, United Auto Workers picket going on at the Stellantis depot by the airport. I'll put the address in there, but basically the workers are gonna be out there striking from like sun up, sundown, 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. So I'll make sure to put the address in there, as well as a link to a form you can fill out with the schedule of your professors to try to help work with the United Faculty of Florida Union here at UCF to make sure that the union has at least 60% membership here at the university.
Kringle.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up the points of the other senators for the debate earlier. I do fully understand about anxiety to public speaking. I personally suck at public speaking. And if that was purely the case, then I do apologize for those comments. But I also do want to recognize the fact that, yes, he might have been anxious and all this might have happened. But if we completely negate that fact and look at all the other points, there was issues in the past and rules that weren't followed. for these absences and everything else. So that's all I want to say.
Duke.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo what Borges and everyone else was saying. I think we absolutely could have handled that better. I think like comments about how he was acting up there as someone who has anxiety as well, it definitely can be earned ableism at a certain point, and it is something that we definitely need to be more conscious of. And we need to look at this event and learn from it, and so it doesn't happen again.
Let's make sure we don't accuse people's wording for things like that, because I may not be what they are trying to achieve. Carter, you need to raise your hand higher. Vasquez, and then Yamajili. Carter? Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just wanted to announce that YDSA is having their annual clothing drive in October at Memory Mall. So I encourage you all to show out for this, as well as encourage other people to show out for this event.
Vasquez?
I just wanted to sympathize with Vice Chair Kringle for his statements being made. I think that there's been a lot of blatant disrespect going on, not only in Senate, but also in committee meetings that could completely be avoided. And I see no fault in calling some of these actions out. And that's why there's been questionings for Robert's rules and everything going on right now. So I just want to sympathize with what you said.
Yamajili. Yeah, Yamajili.
I want to plug in one last thing. So, fun fact, trans people aren't having a good time in the state of Florida. So there is a national march to protect trans youth and to speak out for trans rights on October the 7th, which is this Saturday at noon near, I believe, Orlando City Hall. So there is a protest for trans rights going on. And so I would really like to promote that because that's good stuff. Thank you.
Caucus, and then Pullman, and then Lazo.
All right. It's been a while since I've done this. I was hit by a car today. I was in a car accident. So it's been a long day, but I'm happy that we're getting out of Senate a little earlier than usual. But firstly, what Preston Lacasse promoted, you guys should all check those out and go to those. Those pickets are very important to the workers and to people that drive. I think all of you guys use cars, so you should go support people that make those cars. The thing that Carter promoted, that clothing drive, is also awesome. If you have clothes you want to donate, you could talk to me after the meeting, and we can have those clothes be distributed to students. And also the thing that Yamajili promoted, that protest, is very important, so you guys should check that out. Lastly, the organization that I brought up during my speech, the Florida Prison Education Project, if that sounds interesting to anyone, tomorrow we are packing up around 90 boxes of books that we are going to send to a local prison 2 hours away at 9:30 a.m. on campus. We need as much help as we can get because the boxes are heavy. If you think you're strong, then come prove it and put those boxes on that truck and get a free Florida Prison Education Project shirt. It's very nice. And if you want to come to that, just come talk to me after this meeting.
Please go to the doctor. Okay, good. Pullman?
Yeah, I'm just going to speak super briefly on the earlier debates tonight. I think as a body, we need to be a little more weary of twisting people's words and have a little more just respect for each other in that aspect.
Lazo?
Kind of echoing the same statement about having respect for each other. If we're going to advocate for respect in this body, it starts with how we treat other senators, and that includes respecting our ELAs and the work that goes into it, respecting this body and the live stream and all the people that go into it with our body language. I also suffer from anxiety and I laugh and I giggle, but I try to keep that in place. And when somebody's at the podium, you would expect that laugh and that giggle and that nervousness to be common throughout the entirety of their speech, not when people are voting in the negation or arguing in the negation. And finally, I can see how that can be treated as discriminatory, but I do believe that what we were doing today was to preserve
not only the respect in this Senate and in this body, but for what we stand for. If we continue to let things like this go and we essentially set a precedent for saying that this is not that important, we're going to keep losing the importance of this body. It's not making a mountain out of a molehill. It's seeing the future for what it is. Thank you. Anyone else? No? I'll go then. So as you can see, Chair Bohr has made a statement in Senate forum. I indeed did not say that this was in regards to submitted materials, but rather relevancy. If you recall, a senator that was up here in the summer was asked about their political affiliation during confirmations. To represent the student body regarding colleges is not an issue germane specific to her confirmation. Julian Larson is the individual who mentioned his attendance in Senate as a whole. So on this floor, debate responding to that is relevant. Aside from this, regarding to his attendance to a dean meeting during Senate exec committee, I allowed the questioning and debate regarding that because I believe that attendance in Senate is relevant to the attendance of the dean meeting, as in the statutes underneath Title III regarding senatorial responsibilities in attendance for dean meetings is on there. Not only did I allow debate regarding overall attendance, Chair Bohr has apologized for mentioning that he didn't agree with this decision during debate. I not only told him that he was allowed to disagree and state his opinion, but after adjourning, I reiterated the same exact thing. If I'm being quite honest, debate regarding how much former Senator Larson loves his voting RSO is not relevant to attendance either, but I allowed that. As you see, I'm a lenient chair. Chair Borges can disagree with me allowing relevancy. That is his right. But discrimination was not permitted. I didn't silence any supportive or opposing views. I allowed debate based on the wishes of the committee and yourselves, and a vote count allowing yes, no, and abstention was not withheld from any members. Saying that the majority decision of this body, coupled with my impartialness seems discriminatory is mere border of accusatory, and I will not stand for such a thing. Your opinion is your own, but closing a statement whatsoever regarding seeming discriminatory without valid evidence is not okay, and I will not stand for it. And in regards for speaking on how someone acts in Senate, as long as someone is not speaking to the character of the individual, that is fine. If they talk about the character of the individual, oh, this person is a horrible person, they can't be in Senate, that is not allowed. However, it was regarding professionalism. Therefore, it was allowed. I want to clarify that. I do not, regarding anyone in this body, I do not accept accusatory phrases whatsoever. I've seen it many times and I will not allow it. I really won't. You're allowed to have your own opinions. Whatever opinion I have will not only not be said because I am chair, but it does not matter because you voted on it, your opinions were said, and it will continue to be said in this chamber. You can get my rationale on what I allow and what I don't allow any time of day. You come up to me, Sierra, I believe that what you did on the floor wasn't okay. I want to know your rationale. I'm an open-minded individual. You tell me you don't agree with it, I will be like, okay, I wonder why you don't agree with it. And I'll move forward and I will even change the way that I do things because I value your opinion. But I will not stand for accusatory phrases. I just won't because I'm not that person. I'm not discriminatory. I don't do any of those things. So I won't allow it. You're allowed to have your opinion, but I'm allowed to defend myself. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak during open forum? Kanan?
It's kind of a point of clarification. As I understand it, then, if you've been reinstated once, you can only be reinstated once more.
You can go through judicial. So he was not, so he was like, he can't go through reinstatement again. Once he was reinstated, he can't, but he's allowed to go through judicial. Chief Justice Silva came up to me and let me know that Larson emailed or Teams messaged her about it. So he'll be going through judicial regarding the appeal. If you want, you can Teams message her and let her know if you would like to sit on that. All student government meetings are public, so you should be able to sit on that if you would like.
And in addition to that, then, while you can only be reinstated, I guess by default twice, then excusing the judicial part there,
Mhm.
we do reset the absence count each, I don't want to say semester, but like when we started fall.
Mhm.
I would just like some clarification on if talking about a previous semester, which has again passed, the clock is reset, if that should be allowed in future debate of a similar nature on the floor.
We can discuss that. We can discuss that 100%. Like I said, if you are curious about something, you want to discuss the rationale, we can sit and make a meeting and talk about it. Because again, like I'm open-minded. I don't mind changing my mind on things and revisiting it again because I'm human. I can't be consistent with every single thing. I'm a student. I'm here in Senate. I'm in PLC. Like there's only so many things I can keep track of. So if you want to have a conversation about it and we can deliberate on it, I'm more than happy to do that. So you can contact me. I'll keep that in mind and we can talk about it. Thank you. Brody?
Sorry, I want to clarify the reinstatement piece, the kind of the first question. You can only be reinstated once.
One time.
Once you've been reinstated, if you cross over the absences, if you hit that 2.5 threshold again, you're automatically removed and you can't be reinstated.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't that though, because this isn't a accrual of enough absences. This is a deemed meeting absence, so it's a separate situation. And what you all saw was a series of decisions regarding whether the absence was excused or not, right? It wasn't about reinstating the Senate. Similarly, if this is appealed to judicial and they decide to enter a judicial review on it, that would be about the decision of whether the absence was excused, not about reinstating the Senate. So yeah, separate things.
Is there anyone else in Senate forum? Seeing none, Senate deliberations. Would any senators like to deliberate on a specific topic? Seeing none, advisors report. Brody.
Hello. Here we are. I don't have a lot of announcements for you all. Yeah, I don't have much for you. But I do want to take some time to do some shout outs. It's been a bit of a tough meeting, I think, and you all deserve to have some time that is positive and some time to acknowledge the good work of your fellow senators. Yeah, we'll start over here, Kylie.
All right. Firstly, I would like to shout out to Kara. He is not here, but during the special session, we did pass a proclamation for him. So yay, we love. Secondly, I would like to shout out Reese or Senator Kanal. I literally hate calling people by senator. I feel like it's such like a absence of like a person. Like you are a person to me. So I'm saying Reese. Anyways, shout out to Reese. One, because a few meetings back when I mentioned Formula One and she freaked. And then I also like low-key was stalking your Instagram, debating on following you. And I saw like the motorcycle stuff from Night Riders. Like you were on there and I was like, oh my God. So I just like thought that was so cute. And I was like, oh my God, yay. And yeah, I got excited. And then I also wanted to shout out my vice chair, obviously, because literally the best thing, my rock, my everything. So thank you, Kringle, for everything that you do. And lastly, shout out to Tyler. I'm sorry, this is really long. Shout out to Tyler for being there at CRT and Ethan. Both of them sponsored my my internal bills. So thank you.
All right. Gringo.
I also want to shout out Borges. Thank you for showing up. We really appreciate you. Also, Danny, who's not here, Brown. Thank y'all for being on CRT. Thank you, Chair Samilo. Always amazing. And yeah, also shout out to Dakara. Super hardworking. Does amazing stuff.
All right. Yeah, Aria.
Not my mic, but shout out Black Caucus as always. Y'all the best, y'all the bomb. #1 top caucus out here. Shout out CCIE, the best college. You want to be like us. Have a good night.
All right, love it. Haley?
Shout out to all of the new appointees and confirmations that we had tonight. We can't wait to work with you all. Congratulations again and good luck.
All right. Gabriella?
All right. First, shout out Senator Vasquez for working so hard on the posters for GAP, being so eager to participate, and for showing up for so long for tabling and really taking that initiative to table. Shout out to ELA Richmond for sharing the survey with political RSOs and for working so hard on the dean meetings. Shout out to everyone in GAP. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. And shout out to the other Senator Polera. I'm so proud of you and I love you so much.
All right. Oh.
I want to shout out the members of the Disability Caucus who are still part of the Disability Caucus. I know that timing is really bad, but I appreciate those of y'all that are still there. It means a lot, genuinely.
All right. Reese.
First of all, I do want to shout out the nominees that are now confirmed to Senate today, as well as our one justice. I don't know if anyone's still here. I know the senators are. Very proud of y'all. Thank you guys for your time. You did great tonight. And I also want to shout out Chair Borges because I learned a new motion that I might be deploying later.
No, to be clear, the justices have gone home, like any sensible person would. Danny.
I have 3 shout outs. I first want to shout out FAO because from the middle, because on Mondays I have fiscal bills, then I have FAO, and then I have CRT, and I have whatever comes afterwards. So like they're my breath of fresh air in the middle. And then I want to shout out Black Caucus because we literally got so much done in those 30 minutes yesterday that I don't even get homework done in that amount of time. So that was great. And then I want to shout out Sierra because she bought me ice cream.
All right. Ethan?
First and foremost, question, is it sensible to actually want to stay in this room even after dark?
No.
So it's just me then?
Yes.
In any case.
It's always just you, Ethan.
I'm willing to take that. Anyway, so my shout outs quite lengthy. First and foremost, shout out to the new senators and of course, Senator Costas. I'm not sure if I should call you a new senator because you're returning, but nevertheless, awesome that you're back and awesome for the new senators to show up. GAP in general, just I love you all. It's amazing. And especially shout outs to Vice Chair Polera, Vasquez, and ELA Richmond for effectively taking point on the tabling initiative because you guys did fantastic with setting it up and executing it. ORS, I want to shout out because my God, do we have a lot to do. And we're still not even halfway through it. Jeez. Women's Caucus, I sat in finally on a meeting and Chair Voyn handled it fantastically. Very great conversations we had in there. The new ANSF Budget Committee Vice Chair and Adila Morissette. For context, I did run in that race and it was a very spirited one, but she did pull ahead and I want to give props to her. She's going to do fantastic in that seat. Good luck though, because it's not easy, but I know you'll have the capacity to do it. Like, trust me. Where was I going to go with that? Anyway, congratulations. Again, I cannot stress enough how well you're going to do in that position. Like, you're going to do great. I want to shout out Chair Hamid as well for running SBA very well and just in general, like getting into the meat of Senate. Like, you're doing a fantastic job. And then of course the SGLC coordinators. So of course ILA Pullman and handling SGLC very well. I unfortunately can't make most of the meetings as of late, but I'll be there next week. Maybe. I can't don't hold me to that, please.
All right. Luciana?
Shout out to Chair Hamid for being so involved in Women's Caucus despite not being a committee member. I love all the work that Chair Hamid has been putting into it. And also shout out to ELA Richmond for always going out of their way for us, no matter what time of the day or week it is. And then, oh my God, I have one more. Shout out to Danny for driving me home after Senate yesterday.
Ben.
I have 2. Shout out to Chair Yalaman. LGR is a great committee and they really make it a good time every time. They're great at keeping order. So thank you for being such an amazing chair. And also shout out to Senator Costas for getting hit by a car and then deciding to do anything. Not for getting hit by a car, but like for doing stuff after that. Like my philosophy is like, if I ever get hit by a car, I'm like done for the day. So good job. That's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a fair flat. Like, take the day. You get a day. You know. All right. Bring it back in. I get to make funny jokes afterwards. Not all you. All right, Ariana.
I just want to make a few shout outs. Shout out to Vice Chair Fintel. She's amazing. Literally so amazing. Helps me so much with Senate. And also Chair Hamid. They're like the best duo ever in LGBTQ Caucus. Also, shout out to the new Senator Rodrigo. I haven't heard a lot of people wanting to join LGBTQ Caucus. So when they said they wanted to join, I got so excited. So thank you for that.
All right, Jason.
Okay, so I want to shout out the 3 people who already filled out the legislation workshop form. So Chair Temple, Eli Richmond, and Senator Kairos. Also, for new senators, it is also open to you. If you guys really want to learn how to write legislation from someone who has experience, I can give you the link to it. Not to plug that, but like if you really want it, I think it will be a good thing. Also, shout out to my Vice Chair Vasquez. She's so slay. I love her. She does so well whenever I talk super fast during meetings, and she writes all those notes down. Also, Vice Chair Fintel, all the work she's doing in SBA serves. She's doing so well. Also, as Vice Chair of LGBTQ Caucus, she's doing amazing. Also, Chair Carter, amazing chair of LGBTQ Caucus. We would not be able to do that event without the both of them as chair and vice chair. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys.
All right. So what I'm hearing is the 3 of you need to be focused more during Senate and not filling out other people's forms, you know? All right, Vihan. So firstly, I would like to shout out new Senator Polera for expressing interest in the LJR committee. That is very cool. I'll be happy to have you. Second, shout out to Chair Samillo. You put a lot of work into that bill that increases the spending caps. And I really hope your voice gets better soon because, yeah. Next, I would like to shout out Brody, Maddie, and Netta, who are really cool. We love our advisors. And next, I would like to shout out all the new senators as well, and especially Senator Costas for being somebody of incredible strength. It must take a lot to be in a car accident and be here tonight. And what is the time? 11:33. So props to you. You are very strong. Then I would like to shout out ELA Richmond for her continued vigilance on dean meetings and reminding people so that they don't forget. And lastly, I would like to shout out Speaker Holmes for being a really supportive person to me and to everyone else in this Senate. Thank you.
All right. Everybody's going to give shout outs to Michael for being hit by a car but still coming. And then we're going to find out in a couple weeks that he rear-ended somebody. And it's, Laurel.
Shout out ILA Allison, Pullman. Shout out Speaker Holmes. I'm having to think of last names. D-Leg Morissette. Oh yeah, Pro Tem Damarla. Drip Down. Just remember that.
All right. Yeah, Ethan.
I wanted to shout out ELA Richmond again for the banter that we've been having between our favorite teams, Tottenham Hotspur and Liverpool. There was a game that was played on Saturday. It did not go very well for Liverpool, and oh, for the love of VAR got screwed us over.
All right. Yeah, Danny.
I also want to shout out DC Mertal because he almost did not go on a date just to go to the flag football game yesterday, and our whole team was like absolutely not. So I just want to shout him out for that.
How did it go?
All right. You can discuss that after the live stream is over. We'll come back, Andrea.
I want to shout out all the new senators. Great job. Go for you. And I also want to shout out ELA Richmond. She literally, right before gap tabling, texted me at 5:50 in the morning telling me that she was ready to go for the day. And I got here at 9 a.m. So I felt like I was disappointing her. But anyway, that's dedication right there. I also want to shout out Chair Hamid for being a great chair and always having my back. And Vice Chair Polera, because she's awesome too. And Sierra and Aquila for being awesome, and Nico because we went to the Hispanic Heritage event last night, and we got really good food, and it was awesome. And yeah, thanks.
All right, love it. Rihanna.
Shout out to Caucus. Car crashes are the worst. Shout out to Morset for becoming vice chair of ANSF. That's very cool. Shout out to Campbell. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for starting back up Disability Caucus. We love to see it. And also shout out to Gap just because.
All right. Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah, I wanted to shout out this row specifically. It hasn't been this full in like a year. It was nice to have someone next to me, kind of. So I wanted to shout out CRT leadership. It's been a long time since I've been in a meeting like that. We did a lot of work. You guys are doing a great job. I'm so proud of you. 10 out of 10. So.
Ariana.
I want to do another shout out to Chair Butler. She's so amazing and has so much fiscal knowledge and is also just an amazing chair.
All right. Yeah, Akila.
I'll limit myself to 2. So my first one will be to my D-Leg for being ANSF vice chair. So excited. And then my second one is for Ethan because we had a one-on-one today, and I love when we talk about what we want to get out of the committee and stuff like that. So it's amazing that how quick he wants to take initiative. So I want to commend him for that, and also encourage you guys to do one-on-ones with the pro temp's office.
All right. Yeah, Kylie.
So I kind of just wanted to finish this out with giving a shout out to Sierra. We did clap out Jen earlier for homecoming, and I think we should do the same for her. So if everyone wants to put their hands together.
Thank you all. That's so sweet. I wanted to shout out whoever leaves notes in my office. You literally make my day. Every time I go in there on Monday, I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know, as I'm getting older, I'm getting a little more emotional. Like y'all say like sweet stuff on here, and I'm like don't show them crying. So yeah, that literally just makes my day. I don't know who, I think because it's anonymous, it's even more sweet. Like it's so sweet. I literally love you all so much. And then I want to shout out Allison, not only for leaving SGLC early to come to our special session, but for my Twix. She was congratulating me for getting on homecoming. So thank you so much. And I just want to shout you all out. I really love you all so much. I don't think you understand, but like, I really, really do. And like being able to guide you and help you reach your goals. It's just really a passion of mine. I don't know why, but it really is. And then shout out to Brody because Brody answers every message. Like I'll send Brody a message and he responds like the moment I send it. Like he gets that stuff done. So thank you, Brody. You've been really helpful in helping me getting my initiatives out, and I really appreciate everything that you do. And that's all from me.
All right. Thank you. I was just gonna search to check and make sure, but I'm gonna say it anyway without double checking it. But I'm pretty sure, in addition to our couple of SG agents being on homecoming court, that I think this is the first year they have a non-binary person who's been selected for the homecoming court. So that's a pretty exciting achievement for ECF. All right. Any other senator shout outs? All right. Thanks, y'all.
It's Netta, right? Do I ask are there questions for Brody or the advisors? Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome for the new senators. I sent out your emails with the password, so like log in. There's a bunch of instructions on there for the new senators. I have some events coming up. I think this is on Monday. No, this is on Tuesday. So there's like we're having career services come and do like building winning resumes. So if you want to come work on your resume, RSVP first, please. And then come to the event. And then the following Monday after that, which I'll mention it again in Senate, we have a Halloween movie. So if you want to come to that, also RSVP, please. And then come to the event. And then we're supposed to have a spin cycle class, but I have to hear back from the RWC about that. And then here's the link to complete green dot training if you're interested at your own pace. Apparently it's supposed to take like, I think they said 2 hours or something like that, but you know what? It'll be like so great. And then you can come to the resume building workshop and put it on your resume. So Anyways, I started listening to classical music. This is a link to a playlist. It's so good. I love classical music now. I'm like that girl. And if you need anything and would like to set up a one-on-one, I would love to talk to all of you, whether it's about Senate or school or anything. Please just come and talk to me. And that is pretty much it. On to Maddie.
Hello. Great job tonight. That was really stressful, and I was just watching. So that was go home, cry, don't cry, go to bed, have dinner. Send me your minutes. Really do it this time. Especially the caucuses, because I've gotten like none of them except Disability Caucus. Shout out Disability Caucus sending their minutes. When you send me your minutes, please try to like download them as a PDF and then email them to me, because sometimes I get the links and I don't have access, so that's kind of frustrating. Oh yeah, and what Y'all and Chili said, volunteer with UNA. It's really fun. You get to make an impact in these high schoolers' lives. I have learned that Model UN kids are just as dorky as theater kids, so it's really fun to get to interact with them. And it's a lot of fun. I'll be there. I always chair every year, and it's really a great opportunity. You don't have to know anything about it. We'll hold your hand all the way through. But yeah, it's fun. So do it. Okay, bye.
Yeah, what's up, Ethan?
Just a question to Netta, and then a point, and then like an additional piece of information off that UNA bit. What is the movie that is being seen, or is that a surprise?
Oh, so in the email, or like on the RSVP, you can suggest a movie, but like I was thinking like Halloween Town. We could also do like an actual scary movie like Insidious, or if even one person says no, then we'll watch like Halloween Town or like Nightmare Before Christmas, something very fun.
And then to add on to the UNA bit, yes, please volunteer for UNA. It is very fun. Last year, we actually got to have a fictional Star Wars character marry Tom Cruise. Do not ask me how that turned out. Do not ask me. Just ask me after Senate.
Yes, Kylie.
Also, another question for Netta. On Monday, you want the chamber, but I'm gonna be so transparent with you right now. We already have 46 allocations to see since Monday that people submitted on Night Connect. So the odds of us being done at 5 are very, very low. However, y'all can kiki in here after. I'm letting you know that yeah. Yeah, I would hope so. I would really hope so. Like, I'm hoping that a lot of people are like, oh, we'll do it as a block. And I'm like, yes, I could kiss you. But if not, I don't know.
All right, we'll send an updated time later.
Cool.
Any other questions for us? No? All right, Sierra, back to you.
I will, yeah. Okay. Okay, miscellaneous business. Is there a motion to open elections for ENA?
So moved.
Someone's excited. Is there a motion to open nominations for ENA?
So moved.
I'm just gonna ignore you. Is there
Understandable.
Is there a motion to nominate Senator Federico to
So moved.
ENA? Reese, relax. All right. Is there a motion to close nominations? Is there? Okay. Y'all are playing with me. Like, it's 11:43. I'm trying to remember. I'm really blank because I'm so tired today. Is there a motion? Although, yeah, thank you. You know what? You want to switch? You want to switch? So all those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Congratulations, Senator Federico. I was not saying, do you want to switch like as a, let's fight. It was more of like, you want to do it because you're doing it for real. Appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Costas, Senator Paletta, and Senator Hashmi. I did it. Senator Hashmi to the GAP committee. I hereby appoint Senator Costas and Senator Hashmi to Women's Caucus. I hereby appoint Senator Hashmi to the APIA Caucus, and I hereby appoint Senator Federico to the Disability Caucus. Resignations. No one to switch anything. DeMarla's drip down.
This is so hard, but I'll do my best to do people justice. First place has to be. Oh wait, well I'll go honorable mention. Honorable mention. I'll drum up the attention, I guess. But I have a bunch. Nico had a cool cardigan the other day. Ethan always looks put together, but I can't give him a shout out every time. Same thing with Elise. Looks so good, but I've given it to her multiple times. Our new Senator Polero for such a fire tie. If you want to show it quickly, it looks so good. Amanda, her outfit ate too. And then in third place, I gotta give it to Lacasse. Always shows up in a floral shirt, but today it's a suit. Give us a twirl. Second place will be Haley. What a wonderful outfit. If you want to give us a twirl. And then first place is Vihan with the cultural drip. Let's go. Give us a twirl.
I love it. Oh, Kringle. Thanks for entertaining us. Kringle?
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? No objections? Cherry almond chili.
And do you have the attendance?
I just closed my laptop. Hold on.
I've
got
been
it.
having technical issues.
Whoa.
I'll allow it. It's like the end of the meeting.
It's okay. They say I look like an LGR person.
Decorum, y'all. We haven't even finished yet. You can keep the side stuff when we leave. Just quietly pack up, please.
All right. Senator Lazo.
Present.
Senator Herrera.
Here.
Senator Trainer. Absent. Neighbor Kazat.
Present.
Present. Kanal.
Present.
Morissette.
Present.
Temple.
Good evening.
Vorn.
Present.
Karingle.
Present.
Dallas.
Present.
DeCara. Butler.
Present.
Campbell.
Breathing somehow.
Lazier.
Here.
Fintel.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Moore. Or Rose.
Here.
Whitson.
Here.
Yera. Quiroga.
Here.
Carter.
Present.
Brown.
Present.
Samillo.
Present.
Hamayan.
Present.
Nadella.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Galamanchili.
Present.
Luthra. Acosta.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Duke.
Here.
Holmes.
Present.
Donahue.
Present.
Lacasse. Oh, Costas. Lacasse.
Present.
Polera.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
They haven't been added yet. My bad. What's your name again, buddy? Federico.
Present.
All right. Pullman.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
I'm here. Vasquez.
Present.
Kairos Rivera. DeMarla,
Here.
Matal,
Present.
and of course, Polera,
Present.
and Hashmi,
Present.
and that's it. All right, with a count of 41 out of 45, quorum is verified.
I hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:50 p.m. My new senators, please come up here, please.